Good morning, good morning, good morning. Still morning. Making sure. What's going on, Queens? What's going on? What you got going on, Queens? You was up and ready for it. Give me just a moment. What's going on? What's going on, everyone? Good morning, good morning. Not too much, G. How are you? Rudy, what's going on? Guys, come on in, tap the screens if you will. Share this live. Hey, Theresa, what's going on? Tap the screen, share this live out. Let us get a couple of people in here so we can have some listeners. We can have some folks to interact. Um, you know, it's Thursday. It's Thursday. Are y'all ready for the weekend? I'm doing pretty good. I'm taking it slow myself. Hey, Pandora, what's going on? Abundance, welcome, welcome. Oh, it is. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, I definitely would like for you guys to actually take advantage of the subscriptions. Subscribe to my live. I haven't been going live a lot. I'm probably not going to go live as much. I'm trying to get the subscribers in so we can have private lives. We have a lot of people going around doing a lot of crazy things. That's why I haven't been on. It's been so much crazy stuff going on. So definitely subscribe to your girls live so that we can keep these lives going. I can interact with you. You can interact with me. And we can have good conversations going. It's about being positive. It's about being, help to motivate one another and to get some real good informative topics out there. It doesn't always have to be a topic of my choice. Hey, Pandora, what's going on? It could be a topic of your choice. And if it's something that needs to be shared and talked about, I definitely want to put that out there. So it's not all about what's on my mind. It's what's on your mind. What's on everyone's mind. There's so much going on nowadays. Sometimes you may just need to vent. Sometimes you may have some topics that need to be discussed. Ohio in the building. Okay, okay. That's what's up. Cool Daddy. What's going on? Hey Pandora, what's going on with you?
Girl, listen, I'm at work and I was just looking at your baby hair that I was laying down and I'm like, let me just make fun of baby hair.
You making fun of my baby hair, Linda. Why? What wrong
Just
with it?
because it's Friday and I feel like it was Thursday. Just
It's
because.
Thursday. It's Thursday. So it's Thursday. So don't you can't mess with my baby hair till tomorrow. That's baby hair Friday. So that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So when I saw you baby hair laying down, girl, yes, laying down.
I say, look at this old hoe over here with her little baby hair. Man,
Yes, yes. Thank you, Therese. You know what? I'm really proud of my baby hair, y'all, because my hair is still thin. It's filling in though. My hair had gotten real thin. I remember when I was sick right before I had my surgery. I didn't understand my hair got so thin. It was getting real, real thin, and it didn't fall out. It was still long, but it was still thin. Like when I shampoo, y'all can wring the mug out with my dang fingers. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dang. And my hair used to be real, real thick. And I was reading an article one day, and it was saying about how your body produces the hormones and enzymes that it needs for your body to stay healthy as well as your hair. And it says when you're sick, your body will actually make the choice to let your hair go in order to save the body. And I was like, oh. But I noticed after I had my surgery, my hair started thickening back up.
Oh, okay.
I was like, oh, so okay. So a lot of you guys, a lot of people that may feel like they're losing hair and they don't understand why. It's not always age. It's not always something you may need to consult with the doctor, figure out if everything is okay with your body. Because again, your body will let your hair go to save your body. So how's everyone today? Guys, come on, tap those screens, tap the screens, tap the screens, share the live out. Let's get some people up in this chat, up in here so we can talk. I don't know if y'all saw my topic. I typed it in. Also, there is a goal set for the mirrors. It's not expensive, but definitely show your girls some love. You know, fill them up, fill them up. Show my co-host some love. I'm sure she's gonna be interacting with the topic. Hey, Moshan, how are you?
So I gotta go back down in the chat. I was on my break, but I'm gonna be in here.
Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, you can definitely
I'm still my.
greeting.
I just gotta help these folks.
Greedy, you can interact. Of course, I don't. You don't have as enough followers to get up in the box. I looked, but definitely, we can all work for trying to follow one another, so we can get as many people in this box that want to talk, some serious talk. Not all that crazy hoorah stuff. I'm not. I don't want to talk about all that crazy stuff. I want to talk about something that makes a difference if we can. Sometimes we get on funny topics. Sometimes we get on wild and out topics. So hey, but I don't want it to just be like that. Tap those screens, guys. Tap the screens for me, please. Tap the screens. Share the live. If you're looking for a topic, that's fine. Hey, Lorenzo, what's going on? How are you? G Money, hello, hello. Tangi, hello. What's going on, Larry? How are you? We have Silver Fox. Baron or Baron. What's going on? Queens, are you over there working? Hey, Queen. Callie, thank you for the rose. Where's everyone logging in from, if you don't mind me asking? Hey, Jennifer, what's going on? How are you? Again, guys, take advantage of the subscriptions. I definitely want you guys to subscribe so we can have as many people in the lives when I do go and start switching over to subscribers only. Just so we won't be dealing with all the BS that's going on out there. I don't want to be a part of the BS. I want to see what we can do to build and to motivate and to help each other move forward. Um, so hey, Cody, what's going on? Black M, hello, hello. Okay, so the topic, hopefully you guys keep tapping, keep sharing. Hopefully we get some people in here. Hey, Tam, um, I want to talk about what is a product of your environment. People say that a lot. He's a product of his environment. She's a product of her environment. What does that really mean? Or is that something that people just say as an excuse to feel better because they're not taking care and handling the responsibilities that they need to as a parent and not being accountable for what they're putting out into the world as your children? So they want to blame it on the environment. I don't think it's always the environment. So what is product of your environment? If y'all can help me understand that. And what does it mean to you? Thank you so much, Moshan. I appreciate that. She got me halfway to the goal of the mirrors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's going on, King? How are you?
I'm very well, and you? And
Um,
I chimed in because I caught your question.
right. Are you able to
Your
bring your
question.
camera for me, please? If you go down to the bottom, press on the camera and bring your
Sir,
camera up.
there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. You're welcome.
Okay. So you say you chimed in. Why?
Because because I heard your question about asking what is being a product of your environment.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, excuse me. I heard feedback.
Oh, okay. So if you're echoing, mute yourself and then unmute yourself and see if you still hear it. If so, you may have to jump out and come back in. Are you guys hearing an echo? But because he's not echoing to me, so it may just be kicking back to him. Yeah, you're not echoing to me, nor are you echoing to those in the down in the chat. Is it still echo? Oh, he's still muted. He's not saying anything.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
still echo on this side.
Okay, so go down and come back up and let's see if we can lose that echo for you. Hey KB, what's going on? How are you? Thank you, Queens. You guys know you can come into the box. We have a couple of boxes so you guys can come in. Kenny, what's going on? How are you? Welcome, Miss Tangi. Tangi, can you bring your
Hi.
camera up? Hi. Bring your camera
Okay.
up, King.
All right.
I'm getting ready for surgery. I didn't know that, KBC. You didn't fill me in on that. Okay. So, guys, what do you feel is a product of your environment? You can go
Okay.
ahead first, King.
A product of environment is there's quite a few examples. However, I'm gonna try my best to
How do I
stick to the
do
script
this?
and not go off verse. But a product of in your environment is more so like you picking up habits and behaviors that you wouldn't normally pick up if you
Hmm.
were, let's say, at home. So when you go out into the street or out into the world, certain areas and certain locations have different behavioral patterns and behavioral codes. Like as if you, let's say, if you go to an upscale class or party, there's a certain behavior and behavioral qualification and dress code that you're
Hmm.
supposed to have when you go to that event versus when you go to the other side of town or you're in the hood, then
Okay.
you learn about certain behaviors that will be impactful and help you along the way in the neighborhood versus when you go uptown to where these people actually have a certain level of class or perceived of having a certain level of class.
Okay. Okay.
So when
Okay.
Now,
you're becoming a product of your environment, that means that you have picked up habits and behaviors that was
mhm,
around you subconsciously. It wasn't like you intentionally mimic these behaviors or these people, but
Okay.
you pick them up along the way subconsciously, and they come out in different ways for different people.
Okay. Okay. And what about you, Miss Tangi?
I feel like is you don't have to become a product of the environment, and if you became a product of your environment,
Hey,
you can
Sam.
teach your children better because to know better is to do better.
Hello, love.
Exactly.
Tour.
I don't believe in a
Hello,
product
love.
of your
Jeffy.
environment because we know better.
Right, right. And that's the reason for my
Yep.
question. That's the reason why I asked, because is it
But
considered a product of your environment when you have parents at home? Because if your parents are
Exactly.
at home, it doesn't matter what the environment is like. It's how you raise your children. So I think that sometimes
Yeah.
it's
nah,
I
I'm
think
definitely gonna have to
sometimes it's a
disagree with you there.
pass, almost like you haven't done what you need to do as a parent. So you use that as an excuse, because what I don't like to hear is that they all, when a person makes bad choices, when they do bad things, they always say they're a product of their
Of
environment.
their environment.
However, if a person lives in the hood and they come out being very successful, what they tell you then is she survived, she escaped, she did
Mm-hmm.
this. So why isn't her success a product of the environment? Only the negativity is a product
Right.
of the environment.
If
So if I'm
if
living
Right.
I
in the
may,
hood and I come out and I'm successful, I become an attorney, I become a police officer, I become a judge, I become a doctor, a lawyer. They say, oh, she escaped and she escaped the hood. She got away from the hood and she succeeded and she did this. But yet if I go out and I'm uh
All
taking
right.
drugs, if I'm unaliving people, if I'm doing this, now I'm a product of my environment. Why don't you give the
may I,
hood all that it has? Give it its props
Mm-hmm.
as well as
may
its
I,
downfalls.
may I,
Right.
may I?
Yeah, of course. Yes, sir.
All right. So now I do. Now the reason why I disagree with that is because it's 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 all dependent on how you use it and how you are perceiving it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because being a product of your environment has a duality. It goes both ways, and most people only see the negative aspect of when they're using it to beat someone down, like using a scripture to make someone feel bad. You get what I'm saying?
Right. That's my point.
So you can also be the product of your environment by going to places and learning these tools and these trades, like going to meet people, and then you're soaking up their character,
Mm-hmm.
right? Product of your environment is, saying it's
Hello,
bigger than
everybody.
what you're being taught at home, because you can learn something at home and then you go out into the world and the world will completely contradict everything you've been taught at home. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking of that from example, right? I was brought up in the 80s. I'm a 79, 78 baby. I was brought up. I caught the end of the old school. The golden rule, where you respected other people, where you
I blew
treated other
280.
people a certain type of way,
Hey, Chef
right?
Life.
So then the problem is, once I came off of that porch
Mm-hmm.
and went out into the world, walked up and had to walk up the street to the school, have to walk down the block to the store and all of that, and you meet all of these people out here in the world that don't have the same lessons that you was taught, right? So what it is when you encounter them, you have to figure out how to navigate through their antics. And sometimes when you're navigating or you're getting through that situation, you're learning how to deal with that situation. If someone's throwing negativity at you, you have to be exposed to that negativity to learn how to manipulate and deal with it. If you've never been bullied before, then you will never know how to handle being bullied. So when somebody
Right.
comes up and they're saying these negative things to you, you go all to pieces. But that's because you haven't been exposed to that thing. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Okay. Right. And I understand that.
So,
But also, I feel like I don't think you have to be exposed to it to be
yeah,
learned, to be taught
yeah,
about it.
you, yeah, you
Because
do.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
is,
do
if I'm a
because
parent, if in school I was bullied real bad. I wasn't. I'm giving a
mhm,
story. But if I was a child and I was being bullied, when I'm raising my children, I'm gonna teach them what to look out for when it comes to bullies. Probably how to remove themselves from that situation, and if not, how to protect themselves from that. When that mess happens. So at that point, it's not that they are a product of the environment. They are products of what they're a product of what their mom and their father has taught them. You know what I'm saying? So it's not always what you learn. Sometimes we are the product. We may have been in the environment and we teach our children. Almost like if
and
I
Right.
was raised in the
Right.
hood.
you're
If
still
I
the
was
product
raised in
of
the
an
hood
environment.
and I did so
You're
many things,
still,
I learned some negative things. I smoked, I sold drugs, I did this and I did that. But then I moved to the suburbs where it's nobody out there but me. But I'm still doing the same thing. So I got my people from the hood riding out here to pick up with their skulls and all that. I'm still selling drugs. So my kids are still seeing what I'm doing. And they not seeing it in the environment. They seeing it in me. So when they grow up now, they're drug dealers, but they not in the environment that I grew up in. It's just that I have that environment now in my home. Hello, Chef.
Um,
Chef, give just a second. Welcome,
okay.
Chef Life. How are you? Thank you for coming in. You have
I'm
something
blessed.
to add to that?
Uh, I, that this is a multi-tier response. I was born in the '60s, early '60s, and I had both my parents. I was molested as a child. Uh, I learned traditional values, and I emulated my parents' goals and values. I grew up with 12 brothers and sisters in a big house, and I say that to say this: the product of your environment is 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 a stereotype in my mind because I grew up in a beautiful home, with beautiful parents, very traditional values, and I still ended up on drugs and alcohol,
Right.
Okay.
and it's not had anything to do with my environment. My environment was safe. It really was. It was safe. But there was a lot of underlying issues that I did not deal with at the time that festered as I got older. And then once I found alcohol and drugs, it saved my life.
Okay. So
So
can I ask a question? When you say you had a lot of underlying issues, so do you think people are born with issues that they just grow into is just in them, or are those issues from their parents, from their, because like you say, I always tell people don't beat yourself up because your kids go out and they do certain things. If you raise your child the way you raised your child, with goals, with morals, with rules, with drive and determination, then they go out and, like you say, the streets get a hold of them. The streets not always their environment. They can be in the streets in a whole nother hood, but the streets get a hold of them, and now they're living completely different from what you've taught and raised them. Then don't beat yourself up because you did what what you had to do. So, Mr. Chef, do you feel that they're born with issues, or how do those issues come about for people?
I, I can't speak for nobody else. I can't speak
Well,
for
how did it come
anyone.
about for you?
Only my experiences. I think we're all born with an innate talent. We're all born with talents.
Hmm.
Every last one of us are born with 7 talents. Okay, whether or not we choose to tap into these talents is truly up to us. But
Okay.
here's the thing: what now? When I say we were born with 7 talents,
Hey, Jetta.
I own my own business.
Hey,
I'm a
Chia.
chef.
Hey, Ebony.
I own a food truck. I have several properties. I live a good life. It didn't start out like that. I was homeless. I was on drugs. And trust me when I tell you, the things that you're born with, it's your choice to be able to tap into the good part of the things that you're born with.
Okay.
Everybody's born with problems. Everyone. Everyone is born with problems. But will those problems define you? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because you can come up in a perfect
Hey,
home and
Chef.
still be an asshole.
Right.
If I
Right.
may,
Simple as that.
Can I
if I
Okay.
say
may,
And
I want to.
wait a minute. Wait, Darth. Vader. We're gonna give Tangy. She's been trying to speak for a minute. Go ahead,
um
Tangy. What was your?
I'm gonna say I do kind of agree with King Ish a little
Hey,
bit
Nikki. How are you?
because all right, this is how it was for me. I was sheltered and I was hidden
That's the
from
word.
all the bad
That's
things
the word.
because I was raised by my grandmother and
Oh, look.
they
Hi.
was Jehovah's Witnesses and they kept me away from it. Was like we had the good side of the family and we had the bad side of the family. The ones that do the drugs and
Mute your
drink and all of
machine
that
if you
stuff.
will, please. I'm
So
sorry. Mute your
they
phone
hid
for
me
me.
from all of that, right? So it made me curious and it made me want to know what are they doing. So when I took and came out of that house and started going over there, and I wanted to join them because like I feel as though they should have took me over there and I don't know, but I
But
just
what did
feel
you
like
want them to
they if
take you
they
over
wouldn't have
there? But
sheltered
what did you want them to take you over there and show
to
you?
see my
So if
cousins
your
and
parent,
stuff like that, right? And then they still could have taught me not to do what they was doing, but they hid me from it. So I started sneaking over there, and
okay.
but you see, um,
So is that almost like the little girl? Is that almost like the little girl that when she leaves home dressed one way and she meet her homegirls at the school and she
Yes,
throw on some
yes,
different type of
yes,
clothes
yes.
and
So
she change clothes
basically,
before she go home?
what I'm saying is he's right, because
Hi, sweet
you
honey.
have to be exposed to some things, because you won't know nothing. Like you totally lost. Like my son even say that. He says, like I always say, son, why you be out? Why do you have to go down your way? He always say, Mom, I'm going down my way. I hate when he go down his way and hang with his friends because it worries me. But he always say, Mom, you can't treat me like I'm a little bee, because like I won't know nothing. I won't be exposed to nothing, and I won't know how to protect myself, and I won't know what's
Right.
going on in the world. I need to know.
But is that a
I so
downfall
I'm
for us
kind
parents
of
that we want to shelter, we want to protect our children? A lot of
we
times we
do,
don't
we
want them
do,
to have to
If I
go
may,
through what we went through. So is that a
but they
downfall
still
that we're
gonna
not
do it
letting you see
anyway.
what real life is, or are we making it worse
if,
for you by keeping you away from what real life is?
if I
That
may,
I,
is a problem.
we can keep
That
them
is a
away
big
all we
problem.
want to, but they're gonna go.
Listen,
Like,
I
I
was
mean,
I was
that's my
sheltered as a
opinion.
child too. I was sheltered. I'm
Hmm.
sorry to cut you off. I was sheltered as a child too, and it gave me a
Hmm.
false sense of security on how life was really when I got out there. I didn't have
Exactly.
anything to
Hey,
do.
flirt.
The first time I heard of the N word was when I was in high school. I didn't even know nothing about it until I
Junior
got into
Hopkins,
high school. You hear me? And my parents did everything in their power. They were both educated people. My dad was in the military. My mom was a nurse practitioner. So they did their due diligence. But the biggest mistake that I could say that my parents made when we were coming up is the sheltering, because
Okay.
it made it really, really hard for us when we got out there and started seeing what was really going on. Because the first, the first real picture of life that I had was when I went into the military, and I started
Hmm.
seeing people drinking and smoking and cussing, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
going on? It was a
Okay.
culture shock within a culture. You
Okay.
understand me?
if I may,
Yes.
And
What you
if I
think
may,
about that,
became
Miss
really,
Jean?
it
Being
became
a
really,
if,
product
really
of
hard.
the
Oh, okay.
environment.
Wait, Chef. Tangi and King, can
I'm
y'all
sorry.
mute your phones for me?
yes, ma'am.
While
Yeah.
he's speaking, and then after he speaks, I'm gonna let Darth Vader speak. He's been waiting patiently.
My name
So,
call
okay.
me Antoine. Call me Antoine.
Oh, Antoine. Okay. All right. Go ahead and finish, Mr. Chef.
So anyway, one of the things that I struggle with right now, and I have custody of my son. He's a teenager, and he is a replica of me and what I was doing at that age, and it drives me crazy, because everything that I was doing to my parents, he's doing to me. So it came full circle. Okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't know what the fuck I'm doing as a father. This shit is real hard.
Yeah.
It's really fucking hard,
I'm a
because
single
any
father too.
mistake that we make could cost my child his fucking life.
Oh,
Right.
Okay?
Right.
This is
Right.
dangerous. We're living in a real dangerous time right now. I have to teach my son what to do if he's pulled over by a fucking cop.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
this is serious.
So I understand what you're saying. He's repeating what you did, but the times are not like they were when you were growing up. So just because he's repeating me, the times are
He
not
can't
accepting you the same way the time accepted me when I was doing knucklehead
That's
stuff
what
exactly.
he
and
just said.
growing and trying to
He
realize what's
can't
going
make
on.
the
The
same
times are not the same.
mistakes
Yeah, he just said
that
he's
I
saying the same
made
thing.
at my age, because the mistakes that I made at my age, you can walk away from them. The mistakes now that these kids can be associated with, we are on a fucking endangered species list. They're purging us
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
unequivocally.
You better
And it
share
really
that.
makes me hurt. It hurts my soul. We can't do the things that we did 30 years ago. We got
and they purging
open
us by
racism
law.
in
Look at
this
Chicago.
country. The things don't
Right.
apply to us that they apply to the Caucasoids. I'm sorry. So I tell you this. It's a dangerous game that we play with our children. And all of these pronunciations and all of these words that we come up with, these non-tangible things. The only thing that I give to you now, and please hold on to this, we are responsible as people. Start in the fucking mirror. That's what your job is. Don't worry about the community, because the community can't do shit if you can't do what you need to do for yourself.
Right.
As my mom
Okay.
always
All right,
said,
Mr.
you can't save
Antoine.
nobody else, you can't save
This
yourself.
is a great topic.
Okay. Mr. Antoine, what did you have to add? Thank you, Tangi.
How you doing, y'all? How you doing, host? I just want to speak to you first. Absolutely. How are you? How are you?
I'm great. How are you today?
Y'all, I just want to tell you, absolutely beautiful queen, a beautiful goddess. I want to tell you that you absolutely are. Thank you for allowing me in your box. Two things I just wanted to say about the environment and what the brother spoke on, Chef Life. I grew up with two parents in the household. My mother was a CFO for Sprint when they bought out MCI in the 80s. She was the first Black executive. My father was a master carpenter, but somehow, some way, I still ended up in the penitentiary. Let that sink in. I did 5 years in the penitentiary. Let that sink in. I wasn't born with a gold spoon in my mouth, but I damn sure had a silver one. You dig what I'm saying? So with that being said, it was the decisions I made. Now, I say when the culture shock came in, I went from a Christian private school all my life up until high school. When I got into high school and seen all them Black women and them booties and this and that, it was a culture shock. I didn't hear the word nigga in my house, just like you said, till I got to high school. Till I got to high school, I went to a Christian private school my whole life until I went to high school. My mom tell you it was the worst decision she ever made. I ended up got put down with Crips when I went to high school. It completely warped my mind. Completely warped my mind. And so I ended up going to prison. But the crazy thing about it is that even though my dad was there every day, the penitentiary taught me how to be a man. You understand what I'm saying? The penitentiary did. My dad didn't. And he was a man. He was at home all the time. Matter of fact, changed more shitty diapers than my mama did. You feel me? So fast forward, I'm a single pops now. My wife passed away in 2014. So I've been raising my kids since they was 4, 5, and 9. They 18, 13, and 14. And my 25-year-old, he grown and gone now. With a kid, I'm a granddaddy now. So being a product of your environment can't really hold weight to that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's about the decisions you make, because at the end of the day, you got your own mind, because everybody's as individuals. And my daughter is a striking is a mirror image of me, and I hate it. And I hate it because because she's fly mouth like me. She can talk her way out of somebody's drawers if she wanted to. You know what I'm saying? And this it's amazing. But from the same aspect, it's the decisions that you make when you get older. So it ain't really just a product of your environment. Everybody in the hood got choices to make. If a man Jay choose to sell crack and do that, he made that choice. Instead of going through, doing what he need to do, getting it the hard way out the mud in a different aspect. He made that choice. We all make the choice. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? So, but now as a single father, raising my children on my own, I had to tap into some things that I didn't even know existed in myself. You understand what I'm saying? I had to tap into some gifts and some things that I didn't even know existed in me. You know what I'm saying? So now at 45, I'm going to be 45 next month, and now I got to have conversations with my kids that I ain't never had. Like, hey, y'all, it might be a time when they might run up in this house, but I want to let y'all know something. Look here, daddy going to die fighting before I ever live on my knees. So I want y'all to know that. So y'all going to have to make a strong decision on what decisions y'all want to make, because y'all don't have a mama no more. It's just me. So this is the world that we living in now. Like, this is a reality. This is a reality. And what I mean by running up this house, there's a lot of things that's going on.
And that's why I feel like that statement, environment, product of your environment, is a cop-out. Because like I say, why is it that they use it with the negativity? How about, again, for new people that are in here, there are so many people from the hood and from the projects, from low income families that grow up to be doctors, lawyers,
yes,
different things. But then they never say that they're a product of their environment. They say they escaped. They say they got away from. So if
they didn't escape, they didn't escape. They was just given the tools
to do
to
better.
Walk down that dark alley.
Wait, Miss Tangi. So they lived in the hood and they made a conscious decision for themselves to do better and to be better. Why am I not a product of my environment? Why am I an escapee? Why have I gotten away from? Give my hood the same props for my good folks as you give them for the bad folks, because there are good and bad everywhere you go. How many people live in the suburbs? A lot of people live in the suburbs make bad decisions, but they don't voice those like they do those from the hood and those in lower income families. You know what I'm saying? So we strive, and a lot of times we strive, and as we strive, we're climbing up, but somebody's always knocking us down. Either somebody from our hood pulling us down, or somebody is already on top pushing us down. So you can't say that they're not trying, you know. So everybody that failed is not a product of their environment. And what were you saying, Miss Tangi?
I was saying that in this world, you know, I have 7 children and they all have different personalities. Now, some of them, I know they're not going to walk down that dark alley. Exactly. Some of them, I know that they will. But the ones that I know that they will and they're hard-headed, I got to give them the tools to walk down that dark alley. So it's not about escaping. We was just given the tools to survive.
Right. And so like Miss Fun Size just said, she said she's from the suburbs, and she said her son is in rehab. So you have pros and cons everywhere you go. And you know what I'm saying? And it takes people like her to be honest and open that it's not perfect here. It's not perfect.
Not
here.
At all. It's not perfect. This world is changed since the pandemic. The world has changed tremendously. It's like we living in the Twilight Zone. Like Chef said, our children can't do what they did back then. Now they can't even sit on a porch. Like it was times that we didn't have to look out the door to watch our kids. Now we gotta watch the neighbor. The neighbor might snatch a kid in the house. The neighbors used to watch our kids. The neighbors used to watch our kids. Now you gotta watch out for the neighbor. Like it's crazy. The world has changed tremendously.
You know what were you saying about your daughter walking to school, Antoine?
I was saying driving to school, I would take a minute and a half, 2 minutes at the most. So just imagine walking is just as close. I was scared to let all 3 of my kids at one point in time. They was going to school at the same elementary at one time, and I wouldn't even let them walk home. Like
and that's
because I understood what kind of world we live in. Kids were getting snatched up left and right.
Man, let me tell you something. When I was growing up, I know we walked a mile and a half to and from school. Man, we was like, dang, what the heck? But baby, you can't let them walk.
You can't let them go from the steps to the store right there. It's sad.
And that is true, Zeus. It was happening back then, but it just didn't happen as much. And it just didn't happen as much in our faces. You know what I'm saying? Now it's in your face, and it's like, what you gonna do about it? You know, so it did happen back then, because when I see all these stories, I watch all this crazy stuff, y'all. And they were saying in 19 such and such, and I was like, dang, they was doing that back then. Like,
yeah.
Oh, wow. So yeah, it happened way back when. It was happening. It was happening, but it just wasn't in
just not as much. Now it's look, I'm in Philadelphia, so I know y'all watch the news. So listen, you could be sitting in your living room in Philadelphia and a bullet come through the window. It's sad.
I don't know if any of y'all pay attention to the news, but that actually happened here in DC on Sheriff Road. It was a little girl in her house, in her front room, and a bullet went through her door, or went through her house and killed her while she was in the house. And mind you, the location where her house is actually elevated from the street.
Yeah. That happened to one of my followers here. Luckily, she was okay. Miss T, I don't know if you mind me telling you a story, but Miss T, one day, she was and she she had messaged me and she told me thank you, because we had a live and we was late, and I think we didn't get off until like about 5 o'clock in the morning. And so she had messaged me and she said, thank you for having me in your live last night. I was so tired that I slept late today. She said a bullet came through her window and went through her couch where she would have been sitting had she gotten up the normal time that she gets up. But the fact that she was up late on live, she was sleeping late. And so she was not in that place. So yeah, stray bullets come through. And but you said, Miss Tanner, you said a boy came, or you said a bullet came through the window?
Yeah, I said in Philadelphia, like you could be sitting in your house and a bullet will come right through the house. You know, so you ain't even gotta be sitting outside on the step or nothing like that. It's just sad. Like we can't let the kids play outside. They gotta play in the backyard now.
And that's not always safe. That's not always safe. Man,
that's not even safe. Right.
They'll jump your fence really quick. And I mean, when they set their mind to it and they set their goal on something, they focus on something, it doesn't take but a second. It doesn't take but a second. That's how a lot of people be like, but she was just right here, or he was just right here. And it's like, when and how did somebody come in and take them? You know, but they're quick, and they're crazy nowadays.
I've grown up back in the early 90s. I actually had about 2 instigations where, it was one of them situations where it was like, wait a minute, I just seen this person. What do you mean that they're dead? Like it was one night, like it was one guy I was, one guy from my junior school I was with, and it was about 12 or 1 in the morning, and I left him, and about 2 hours later, by about 3 o'clock in the morning, they was telling me, oh, well, yeah, he was dead. I was like, wait a minute, no, that's not true. I just left him.
Right.
Like I just left this dude. Like I'm standing right there beside him. And then it also happened with another young fella, where he was in the life and his gun jammed on him. But I was, like I say, I was with him not too long before. And, that's kind of like unsettling to know that you was just with somebody and before something unfortunate happens to him.
Right.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Real quick. Coming up in the 60s, we had a lot of outsources. We had the boys club, the girls club, the YMCA. We had karate practice. We had, my sisters had ballet. We had libraries on almost every other corner, nursing homes. We had all of these different programs in the inner city. Exactly. That's what the Black Panthers was founded on. It was the protection of the inner cities. And the media, of course, did something else with it. But I digress. But when I was coming up, exactly. But when I was coming up, I remember milkmen delivering eggs and butter to the doorstep. That's the era that I grew up in.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying that to say this. The inner cities are largely experimental. And just hold on for a second before y'all say anything. They're experimental for several reasons. The redlining that they had back in the day with the a certain place that people of color that could buy homes that the banks literally had on a map red lines where they cannot cross into. This is real. Now, fast forward to the early 80s. A large part of the nursing homes, the Boy Scouts, the boys clubs, all of these things that the kids had to go to after they got out of school just slowly start disappearing. The libraries slowly start disappearing. The nursing homes slowly start disappearing. Now, fast forward to the early 90s, none of this shit exists anymore, and the crack epidemic has upheaved. And all of these people, all of these kids after school had no place to go. What do you think is going to happen? They turn to the streets. Now, hold on now, it gets deeper. A lot of these homes in these inner cities were single parent homes. The father is taken out, either he's in prison, on drugs or dead or just don't give a fuck. Now, when you remove one parent from that equation, now the mother or the father is doing a dualistic role. A mother can't be a father and a father can't be a mother.
Exactly.
Okay?
Right.
I tried. I tried.
Now, hold on now, because we're creating a whole structure of deceleration of the inner cities, and it's happening right in
Right
front of
now.
us, and we don't do nothing about it because
Yes.
it don't apply. Let it fly.
It don't
But in
apply and they don't
essence,
recognize it.
over the first course of the first from when I was born in the 60s, my father told me, watch it. Just watch. Because it's an important thing. You remember how you learned how to ride a bike when you were a kid?
Yeah.
You had the training wheels, and if you were blessed enough, you had a big wheel or a tricycle. Then you got commoded into, you got your two wheelers with the training wheels on them.
The
And your parents
tricycle
was
with the
out there
training wheels.
trying to show you how to ride that, get your
Uh,
equilibrium, so you could stay on that bike. And then 2 weeks later, the training wheels came off, and there you go. You learned
yeah.
how to keep your equilibrium, right? That's one thing that I can't take away from you. I can't teach you how not to ride a bike because you already learned how to do it. The
Right.
morals and the goals, you can put this in anything you want to put it in.
Hello,
I
Tiffany.
can't teach you how not to ride that bike. Just like I can't teach you how to change the way
Hello,
you
Cassandra.
view your morals and your values that you were raised with. It's on you as an individual to either gravitate towards your own or maintain your parents' morals and values. Now, which
Okay.
is more dangerous nowadays? Because what applied last 30 years ago is
Right.
not going to survive today.
It's not.
It's not going to survive today at all. And I open up the doors and pull out couches, pull out chairs, and I'm a gentleman to help an old lady cross the street because that's the way I was
Right.
raised.
Mhm.
But nowadays, you get out your car, you might get your shit pushed back.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And
Because
and I told
look,
somebody that I said
nowadays,
I told somebody I felt bad one day because I was going down the street and it was a lady and she was walking like her car or something stopped. And I was like, I don't stop and pick up anybody. And somebody was like, yeah, but why you don't help people when you want somebody to help you? And that's the bad thing. If my car stopped, I don't even think I would be comfortable with nobody stopping to help me. I think I'd be more comfortable just sitting there like, dang, when my kids gonna finally show up, or when my significant other gonna show up, or somebody. I'm not even comfortable with a stranger stopping to help because it's like you don't know what they stop to help you and they may throw you in their car. It's like it's just so crazy. You can't
It is.
just trust like you used to back in the day.
Nope. My sister actually lost her life because she helped somebody.
yeah.
And listen, my sister was a good woman, had one job from college, worked at AT&T most of her life, had a beautiful 2 kids, house, white picket fence, husband, everything. She was working at a church, giving away food to battered women. Gave this woman a box of food. It started raining. The woman came after my sister was finished. She was outside, standing at the stoplight, waiting to get a ride home. My sister pulls over and asks her, out of the kindness of her heart, hey, you mind if I give you a ride home? I know you don't know me, but I don't want to see you sitting here standing in the rain. So, of course, the woman gets in the car. My sister is on her way taking her home. And the girl pointed the exit that she had to get off to drop her off. She gets off the exit in hydroplanes, and her car T-bones into a tree on my sister's side. And she held onto the girl as they're hydroplaned. She said, don't worry about it. I got you. I got you. And the impact of the car T-boned into the tree. My sister, her arm was cut off from her shoulder. She bled out before the girl got out the car and walked away. And by the time they got to my sister, she was gone.
Mm.
And she didn't know the woman at all from a can of paint, and she lost her life doing something for somebody.
Right.
You know, my sister could have passed her up and just left her standing there, but it was the love that we had, that we were raised with, that we were born with, that we were nurtured to do.
Right.
It's what took her life.
Right. Guys, please tap the screens. Please share this live out, please.
All right.
Right.
And if I may, so basically, you know, saying like he said, you know, when you're sheltered and you're taught a like certain level of positive morals, and then you go out into the world with these positive morals, that kind of makes you a mark. Now, the choice of becoming a product of your environment is, why did you choose to mimic those behaviors or patterns that you observed when, you know, saying, when that wasn't being taught in your home? It's most of the time, like for me myself, my thing was, or my, you know, saying my first that I remember was,
hey, Miss Mother Earth,
I
please bring
became
your
a ladies
camera up.
man. I became a ladies man, and it was one day, I remember, it was like I had a girl for every day of the weekend. My mother answered the phone one day, and she said, "Baby, you got a lot of girls calling this house. Why don't you try and settle down and be with one woman?" Now, mind you, I had picked up that behavioral trait from learning how to interact with females, because I was
Okay, so
raised
where
up.
did you learn that from? Did you learn that from in the house, or did you learn that from out in the streets?
I had to learn it out in the street, because
Okay.
while I was in the house, I was the only male. And in them years, when you're a certain age, they tell you children ought to be seen and not heard.
Right.
Right.
I heard that
So
one.
after so many times of hearing that, you know, and being an only male in a female dominated house, you know, it was certain things that I had to learn about being a male or being a boy. And that's what the streets offered me. That's what the environment offered me, how to be a male. Because there was a lot of things, a lot of challenges I faced because of the only positive morals that I was taught at home. Mind you, I said only positive, because when you go out into the streets, they're not playing fair. They're not playing by the morals and the codes that you were raised at home. They're not playing by the golden rule.
Okay.
So it's like, to a degree, you either learn these tactics so that you can actually learn how to counteract them, or exist within that realm, so that you don't become a mark and constantly bullied and picked on and eventually led down into a dark alley and robbed, because you were taught that you look and find the good in so many people. But then, like, you know, saying, like I said, not everybody is good, and some of the not so good people, they put on an act to pretend and make you think that they're good people, to get you into their company, to lower your guards. So the part of that becoming a product of your environment is learning your environment. If you don't know this environment that you have to travel through, you're subject to get caught up in anything.
Right.
I'm
That's
gonna
true.
have to agree with that.
Right. Hello, Miss
I have to
Mother of the
agree with
Earth. How
that.
are you?
Good evening. I just came into this room. I literally got on TikTok probably about 5 minutes ago, and I heard Shelf Life speaking. It
Yes.
seemed to be a room that was very deserving, and that's what brought me to you guys. I
Thank you.
follow the same teachings, was taught a different type of lifestyle, but just like King just mentioned, it's very, very difficult when you're dealing with these type of mental health people. And people that have good hearts, such as myself, I didn't hear everything that Shelf Life said, but I did hear that his sister was tricked or something and killed.
Okay, no, she wasn't tricked, just out the kindness
No,
of her
she was
heart. She
doing
was
a
giving
good
someone,
deed.
wait a minute, Miss Ten. Yeah, she was giving a good
Okay.
deed. She was giving someone a ride. And, her car T-boned and went into a tree at the time. So she lost her life, but she lost her life because she was doing a good deed for someone else. But like he say, had she not decided to do the good deed, which was instilled in her because of the way she was raised to not have someone sitting out, and had she went on, then that would have never happened. Or possibly would have never happened. But yeah, no, she
Correct.
wasn't tricked. But yeah, it was from doing something good for someone else.
It's almost like the saying, being out of harm's way. My grandmother did a lot of had a lot to deal with my raising, and you put yourself in these situations because of having a good heart. Me myself, I am definitely have experienced being around people that has not been raised like me. I noticed that a lot of people been raised off survival instead of love. With that being said, it's not necessarily mean that they're bad people. We're just people with different backgrounds, and some decides to make better choices, but it doesn't make us that much of better people. However, we have to exempt ourselves from being around them type of people. I've been around a family for about 15 years that have truly tried to down my spirit, dim my light. And every day, what helps me is because of my experiences and my background, educational background, I deal with it by myself. So it's a lonely road. That's what I wanted to just say. People that have good hearts, it's a lonely road because it's not a lot of people out here
Oh, thank you
with
for
the
coming in, Kim.
same mentality.
Right. And yes, Marissa, I feel that's why I said, had she not stopped, it wouldn't have happened. I said, well, possibly wouldn't have happened. Because sometimes, when it's your time, I believe sometimes when it's your time, it's your time. But I do believe that sometimes our time is put before us, and the good Lord just allows certain things to happen. But I do believe that when it's your time, it's your time. It's almost like a final destination thing. You may miss it here, and then you may go down the street, and it may be something else that causes it. But I mean, everything that I state is my opinion. I mean, so
No,
other people may feel a different way about that.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. It was her time. I'm not arguing that. That wasn't the precipice of what I was trying to get across. She just had a good heart, and if God wanted her to come home at that time, I don't think there is no shelf life on who we are. When it's your time, it's your time. It's as simple as that. And I wanted to coattail on what the young lady was just saying. We do have choices, and we a lot of times when choices like that arise, we have to let our intellect override our emotions. Because if our emotions override our intellect, it's bad. It's bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And an association will eventually lead to a simulation. You surround yourself with good people, you will become a good person. If you surround yourself around some assholes, you're going to become an asshole. As simple as that.
I agree with that. It's like sitting at a table of if you sit at a table with winners, the conversation will be different.
Exactly. And I had a pastor one day was explaining, and they were talking about, when you say, your emotions over the intellect and all that, and he was explaining the word emotion, and he broke it down. He said every word that there is, there's a way to break down each word that we have, and and so he was explaining the word of emotions. So I was like, okay, and he says that emotion, if you split it up, when you split it up, there's only one word in emotion outside of emotion, which is motion, and it leaves the E alone. And so, as he stated, that a lot of times in the world that we live in, we allow the evils, which is the separate E in the word, to put us in motion to do things that we have not been created and designed to do. So our emotions actually sometimes put us in motion to do something that was never planned for us as the person that we are. We allow our emotions to make us feel a certain way, talk a certain way, behave a certain way, when all the times that we need to just learn to step back and let that E remain silent and stop
mm,
being in motion behind something that is not even meant for us.
mm.
So our emotions are not always meant to be moved on. And so I was like,
It's
okay, that
it's
did make a lot of
in
sense to me.
in addition to that, it's like it's being able to allow yourself not to get emotional. If you're in a room full of people that, okay, that's just like saying, example would be, it's outside your character to be a combative type of person. That normally may not be in your character, but when you're dealing with a person that's evil minded, or it's very difficult to even conversate, because sometimes people nitpick at you too. You have people that I call them bullies. I call
Mhm.
them ignorant people. And a lot of time it could be family members, which kind of makes it more difficult, because you normal, people wants to deal with their family, but sometimes family and associates are not really, they're not really the type of people to hang with or to be around,
Right.
because
Right.
energy is real. The energy is very much real. So I look at it like you have to pretty much disassociate yourself from them type of people. And
Right.
that's what
Right.
I keep saying. And along with that, it's lonely, because like I recently moved like 3 years ago.
Okay.
I have a decent area where I'm at, a nice place, but sometimes it do get lonely. I like to have people come over, maybe cook, barbecue, different things of that nature. But the type of people that I'm surrounded or that's in my realm, they don't think, they're not on positivity. So it
Oh
makes it
boy.
hard, because you don't want to be around those type of people, you know?
Right.
Okay. Now,
You
but
know, my grandmother, she used to say, show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. Now, for me, like I feel the same way you feel, because like I have a lot of people that I'm around that I know that I'm not around them anymore, but I still love them, but I have to like keep my distance because I'm in recovery, and I can't be around certain people because it'll take me backwards. So it's kind of hard, it's really hard because you want to hang out, you want to do things, but I'm learning that I'm allergic to it. Like I'm really allergic to it. But I just wanted to say that saying that my grandmother had taught me
mhm.
a long time ago. She said, she used to say, "Show me your company, and I'll tell you who you are." And it brought that back to my memory.
And yeah,
The conversation.
and I believe that, but also what I believe is that people nowadays need to start loving themselves. It all goes back to
Right.
what she said as far as being lonely. There's a lot of times that people are in the company of people that they don't even enjoy their company. They don't value their views, they don't value their ways, they don't even like how they are, they don't like the things they talk about, they don't like their language, their verbiage, how they talk. But you keep them around because you don't want to be lonely. And if you loved yourself and you didn't worry about being lonely, you wouldn't keep the company of somebody you don't even enjoy being around. But it's just their presence. The presence that the fact that they're there gives you comfort, and you don't even like them. You
Right.
sitting across the room from them. A lot of people share different things with people they don't even like. That's why I say
Yeah.
and I'm like this with my kids and myself. You have to be careful of the people that share your space. Just because they
Yes, you
share your
do.
space don't mean they respect, like, or even care about you.
Mhm.
That's why a
Well,
lot of people have been stabbed in the back. That's why a lot of people get set up because you don't want to be
They in the
alone,
wrong
and this
company.
person really don't like you.
you know what?
Yep. And you don't even
I,
know. They don't have no
I,
good intention for you at all.
Yes.
I, celebrated 25 years clean and sober last month.
Oh, thanks.
Well,
And,
congratulations.
Congratulations.
Hey,
but here's the
good
thing, though.
job.
I only have today. All of that other bull crap.
You
But
got that right.
when I first got clean, I had to change everything that I used to do. And I ran in the streets in New York when I was getting high. And there wasn't no place that I wouldn't go and nothing that I wouldn't do to get that next hit. It's simple as that.
Okay.
And the people that I was running with weren't my friends. They were my get high companions. And that's all it was. I got kicked out of a fucking abandoned building when my crack ran out. An abandoned building. So I say that to say this.
And the thing about everything that we endure and we go through, we never talk about solutions.
Right.
We can have a conversation for days, weeks, months. No solutions. We all suffer from something. Just like you say, I put it together and say, yesterday is the past. The future has not came yet. So what's important is today.
Right.
So what I was trying to hotel on giving my young sister here some praise that she's doing the right thing. We have to change people, places, and things because, and I include family members in that too, because you have to love some family members for a minute.
That's the hardest part. Family members, that's the hardest part. Because I really love my family and I miss them. But some people you just have to stay away from, and it's so hard.
You have to do that to get your to get your strength, your interdependence back. You know what I'm saying? Because I was a dope fiend for so long that I didn't even know right from wrong. And I really mean that. You know what I'm saying? I was born with the understanding right and wrong and choices and all of that. But when drugs got involved, all of that went out of the window. And it wasn't nothing to do with the product of my environment. We only use that when it's something that's divisive. When we hear success stories about basketball players making it out of hood, or baseball, or rappers. Oh yeah, he's a product of his environment because he made it out of the hood. No, absolutely not.
Right.
I say that God help you. Can't nothing but God get you away from that disease. I'm a psychologist major. And I understand that being on drugs, they say it's a whole different world. Nobody, wants to. It's a whole different world. They call it
relatives are different than family. A relative is not the same. Relative, you're born into a family. You're born into a DNA, which makes you relatives.
Exactly.
But it doesn't actually make you family.
Family is what you make it. Family is you have to build your own family. People say that. I mean, people that you've been friends with.
Hey, Warrior. Hey, Purpose. How are you?
Is fine.
Purpose. Everybody. The topic was, what is the true meaning of product of your environment? Is that an cop out that they have used for us to keep us down and keep us blaming the hood for all the bad things? Because like I say, people want, when you do something negative or something bad, they say you're a product of your environment. But those that are from the hood that grow up to be doctors and lawyers and everything else, they don't consider that product of your environment. They say they escaped the environment. They actually got away from the hood. They survived the hood. They escaped the hood. Why is it escape and survive when you're on the upside of life? But then when you're doing something negative, it's a product of your environment.
But do you guys also notice that all of these celebrities, athletes, their life is not what people think that they is? Because what the media dishes out, it's gonna always shed more light than what's really going on the root. When I notice these celebrities, sometimes I even have been able to be around some of them. They're regular people just like us, and a lot of them have way more problems than we do.
Somebody said
It's
But
no
what
type
about
of
the good? What about
encouragement.
the upbeat, the good side of it? The people that you know give the hood a good name. Purpose.
Somebody
Why
said
they why they
drug
don't
addicts
give that
neighbors
back
is
to
the
the hood?
worst.
Hey,
I
Nay, what's
I
going
say
on?
I say Jeffrey Dahmer was a bad neighbor, not just drug addicts. Somebody said drug addicts is the worst neighbors. I mean, listen, murderers is the worst neighbor. It could be anybody now.
I mean, anybody could be a bad neighbor. You
Bad
know, it
neighbor,
could be
yeah.
a person
Anybody could be a bad neighbor,
who you
but
always hear them
that's a
screaming through
fact
the
though.
wall, hollering at their kids.
Yeah,
They could be a bad
yeah,
neighbor.
that's a
You
fact.
know,
Yeah,
so you get bad
stomping
neighbors.
up upstairs.
Hey, Purpose, how are you?
Hey, what's up, D? How y'all doing? Real quick.
Good, Purpose.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing? Man, I love that hat. Chief Black, I love that hat, man.
Thanks, bro.
When they talk about your product of your environment, I understand what they're saying. They just don't go into depth. Here, and I was just talking about this last night on my channel on Instagram. This is the thing. When they talk about your product of your environment, you must understand that what did your environment taught. Like if you come out and let's see my brother come here with the hat and he's clean, he's this. It was like, wow. Everybody who come from where he come from, they wear hats. They're clean. They're polished. They do whatever. Then they say, wow, this environment taught them this. Unfortunately, in our community, we don't teach. We're backwards. We don't teach the proper things that we need to be teaching when we get out here in society. Those doctors and those lawyers and these people who make it out of that environment, go talk to them.
Can y'all mute your phones for me, guys? Because I'm hearing background noise. Can y'all mute your phones?
Yeah. I don't think that's mine.
So
Okay, wait a minute, guys. Go down to the bottom and mute your phones, please. Because okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Purpose.
So when we talk about products of environment, what did the environment teach? These doctors, these lawyers, these people who have made it out. If you go talk to them, they was teased, they was mistreated, they were beaten, they were bullied, they were all of this. So what ended up happening was they left.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go ask them same people, they don't go back. They don't do it through donations. They may do it through coming in every now and then and speaking events, but they don't go back. Look at what happened when rappers go back to their hood. We see what happens. So
Right.
we say, okay, you're a product of your environment. We need to look in and start to point the finger and say, we need to change this because there's some kid in there right now that can come out of this situation and cure cancer, cure diseases, cure whatever. Look at the Dr. Green, the young lady, Dr. Green. I can't remember her first name because I get it wrong. Dr. Green, who has a laser that can cure cancer. How many of us donated? But go listen to her story and listen to what that environment has done. Look at what our environment has. We in our environment, especially I grew up in Washington, D.C., Southeast D.C. I got bullied all the time from being different than what my environment was or the filth that was in my environment. When I got out of my environment now, because we are short-minded, because in the hood, we are emotional. That means that we're short-minded because emotions have a short fuse. That's why they call it a short fuse. So we look at young men that come out of this environment, they are emotional. You say something to them, they're ready to kill you. Or you see and look at the beef that going. It's over something someone said. Look at the women that we have in our environment. They're broken. And so what does a broken woman type of man, a broken woman is going to attract? What type of broken man is going to attract a quality woman? If I go in the hood, I'm not relatable to anybody that lives in the hood.
Okay.
I'm not. Because I don't no longer live in that. But let's go. When I came up in the 70s and in the 70s, 80s, and 90s was terrible, right? No woman wanted to date me because I wasn't a drug dealer. I never sold drugs. I never did that because I noticed what happened. Well, what's the difference between me and my counterparts? Well, the difference between me and my counterparts is very simple. Most of them are homeless. Most of them have to live and depend on a woman. Most of them have to depend on their kids, right? They just now getting out of jail, right? Why? And they go right back to that place to where they at. We have to be very honest. And if we want to change our environment and change what we are producing out of here and stop perpetuating the stereotypes that we have here, because if we do not do that, we're going to keep having the same cycle over and over and over and over. We want to break curses, and I'm gonna say this because I just wanted to say that to you, baby. And I'm gonna get out. I just want to listen to you. But if we don't go and we stop doing this, what are we producing? What are we producing?
A generational curse. That's what we're producing.
Guess what? The curse
and that goes
is only fueled by the most of stuff we do. If we keep going, like I was 375 pounds. Well, how did I get to 375 pounds? I didn't get to 375 pounds through a curse. I got to 375 pounds on my eating habits.
Right.
On what I learned and taught in the hood, because I was taught impulsiveness, not control, but impulsiveness. So I acted on my emotions and eating. Oh, let me eat this. I didn't understand portion control. I didn't understand having this, because all of that is discipline. I didn't learn that. So when I started to learn discipline, when I started to educate myself on certain things, I got better. But I had to realize that the hood taught me completely wrong, and the skills I learned in the hood are only usable in the hood. They're not usable in corporate America, even though, to be honest, they are the same thing, but they're not usable anywhere else. So I encourage anybody of minorities, look at our counterparts, look how the Asians move, look how other cultures move, and look at them. They come from the same thing that we come to, but why, when they get out, they're different? Right. So let me go back. I want to sit here. I just want to listen to you. That's what I came in for. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you so much for allowing me.
Okay, but what I want to ask you before you go, my thing is, like you say, they don't come back to the hood once they make it out. I'm not speaking of coming back. I'm not speaking of coming back. I'm speaking of almost like if we're writing it down in the history books, the fact of writing down where they came from. I'm not saying you have to come back. So what I'm saying is, when you look at the hood only tells you about the negative people that are coming out of it. They don't tell you about the positive people, the people that are successful. I'm not saying you have to come back, but even if I never come back, that's where I came from. See, they're not even giving the hood credit for putting out there any good, successful people. You know what I'm saying? So whether I choose to come back or not, that's where I came from. That's almost like a person who say, I'll never speak to my mother again. I'll never speak to my father again. Whether I speak to you again, claim you again or not, but you are where I came from. Regardless of the fact, I can't change that. So what I'm saying is, those that have made it out the hood, no, I don't want you to come back and walk through the neighborhoods, because like you say, when you do that, oh, baby, a lot of times there's so many jealous people in the hood that they take you out before you get out, and you're just trying to show some love to the hood. But what I'm saying is, give the hood its props for producing more than negativity. Is what I'm saying.
I'm going to tell you why they don't do that. Because the hood caused trauma. Why would you give anybody praise for causing trauma?
But if I made it out, that means I made it through the trauma. I have to. But that's why it only produces trauma, because that's all we are mentioning about it.
Yeah, I agree. But
can I intervene 1 second? I want y'all. It's so difficult. I'm a precinct captain in the hood. Okay, I've been working for the Board of Election for 15 years. My
Exactly.
grandmother worked for Harold Washington, Jesse Jackson, so I decided to work with the community as well. When I left the community 3 years ago, I was told by my staff as if, oh, well, you can't run for this or you can't run for that because you're out the area. I
I can't hear
can't hear
you,
you.
Purpose. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Right back. I got to jump.
I just
Me.
wanted to
Okay.
I
Okay,
wanted to
go ahead.
say it is kind of difficult in agreement with Purpose in a way, because by me working with these people, these
Exactly.
politicians,
Joanna.
it does
Joanne.
have a certain type of you feel like you're supposed to do it, like it's your duty, right? But at the same time, once you continue to do it and you help the community, walking from door to door, signing petitions, getting lights, getting garbage cans. These are the different things that the politicians do. So I've done that for years and years and years. And yes, they do have some great incentives, like they build a couple of Walmart. They may put a Walgreens in the area, a grocery store, different things like that. But it does not really go beyond that, because once you get into a whole different realm or level in the politicians, and for those who have the support systems, the endorsements, and the funds, they're not respected. And a lot of times when you do try to change your community, like put affordable housing or different resource centers and different things of that nature, the higher end people have something to say. So it makes it very, and not just something to say, your life pretty much can kind of sometimes depend on it. So it makes it very difficult to give back to your community or go back to where you come from, because just like an addict, sometimes if you don't have that type of push, then a lot of times you kind of should give and then go back home. Because I'm telling you, it will affect you, not even just financially. It affects you where you you may establish some sort of burnout from it. Because if you're sensitive or empathetic to other people's feelings, you do kind of put yourself in those shoes. So you have to pretty much get it takes a village. It takes a village, because that is an energy that you need. It's like Avatar. That positive energy is slim to none. It's slim to none. And it's coming from officials, high-end officials, commanders, senates, a lot of different people. Okay. And if they're not giving this sort of energy where all of you guys, it doesn't take one. It's like the saying, when you're climbing up the ladder and you got all these people who pulling you down, it's something like that. They're not reaching out their hand to help you and build you up. And I'm not saying that happens everywhere, but I stay in a state of, I stay in Illinois, and here, born and raised, is all I'm saying is it's a means for solutions, because I'm doing my part. But you have to be very, very leery of who you help, what you say. You're not supposed to assume anything, because when you assume something, you're making an ass out of me and you. You have to take people
Chef. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate
for place value. I'm sorry. What you say?
No, Chef was just saying.
I got to run. I got an appointment that I got to keep, but it was truly, truly a blessing to be a part of this. It was very fruitful, very knowledgeable, and nothing gives me more pleasure than to come into a room and be amongst Black excellence. And it really helps. It really helps me, because everybody's going through something at every second of the day.
Yes,
and
sir.
Just being here to know that we do have an outlet, because we need to get rid of some of the shit that we carry around with us. We really, really have to. And a lot of people of color don't take the time
out to know that they have to regurgitate some of the shit that they ingest. And this is metaphorically. We have to be able to have a place to do this. And this is truly wonderful. Thank you guys so much. And
I thank you so much for coming in. I'm actually going to give you a follow. Hopefully I can see you in future lives, and you can come with some good topics, because you seem to be very knowledgeable. So I definitely appreciate your presence today.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless all of you. And if you can't take anything away from this, be who you are supposed to be. Everybody else is taken. And that's all there is to it.
All right. I like that. Thank you.
All right, you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care, Chef.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, maybe the hood continues to be. Hi, Miss Chastity. I'm sorry. How are you?
How are you?
Maybe the hood keeps being the way the hood is because people not giving the hood props for what it produces, except for negativity. I'm not saying you have to come back. I'm not saying you have to go back. I'm not saying you have to live there. I'm not saying you have to drive through every weekend, but give it props for what it produced. You know what I'm saying? Your mom may be mute your phone for me, Mother of Earth, please. Even if you came from the hood, you may have lived in the projects. You may have lived in the projects, but now you could probably be a senator. You can be a doctor. You can be this and you can be that. Still give that back to the hood. Give it back. They produced that person, no matter what they went through to get through it, and they made it successful on the other side. They still produced that person. You know what I'm saying? They don't just produce drug dealers. They don't just produce prostitutes. They don't just produce drug addicts. You know what I'm saying? So if I made it out, I still came from the hood, and that mark should go toward the hood that's producing something positive. Stop just giving the negative out from the hood. Give the positive. And then maybe if you start showing more of the positive that came out the hood will be happy. Not happy, but the hood will produce more because they know they're getting that acknowledgement. A lot of times people only working and moving for acknowledgement. You're only acknowledging the bad, so yeah, they're going to come run up in your store. And it's subconsciously. I'm not running in your store because I'm like, okay, I'm about to be on the news or whatever. But I'm running up in your store because I'm making a point. Let your point be that it is successful people that have come from the hood, whether it's Dallas, whether it's New York, whether it's Memphis, whether it's California. It's hoods in every state. It's hoods in every city. They produce greatness as well. Give it back to them. Give them what's theirs. And not just the negativity is all I'm saying.
I truly do appreciate your platform and what you're doing to let people be aware of the situation that is going on in the hood. And I feel like, as though you do feel, as though they do take a part of the hood out of the hood when they leave. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because where they could benefit as lawyers, they could come back here, hold rallies and stuff like that for the youth that's involved in trying to better the community. But instead, they dumb them down. They don't give them the resources. The schools that are in the hood don't even promote. Most of the kids are having to be taken away from the hood and be put in more better. I'm gonna put it this way: better establishment parts of the environment to make their schools more dominant, because they take the smart kids out of the hood and place them somewhere else. And then on top of that, the things that better the environment, we have to go out of the hood most of the time, and the things that they do give the hood is not very environmental, because they're only trying to push down the things that they're made aware of. Situations like when long time ago when they used to bring DARE into the schools. Okay, DARE was to let us be aware of the drugs, right? But if you didn't show us the drugs, we wouldn't even know what they were. So was it a benefit? You have to think about things that they introduced to your kids in different situations in school, because when you went to other parts of the neighborhood, DARE was not involved in their school. And I'm just going to be honest with you. And then we got to look at the youth and how they're being raised, and a lot of these young girls are coming out of the house. Oh, I don't like my mama. I don't do this. But your mama was there for you the whole time. Now that you've grown up, and you feel like you have become more dominant because now that you're having a baby and stuff like that, now is the time where you need your mom the most. You want to know why? Because now we can do this thing together, and you'll have a better mind and saying, hey, look, I can look at this in a different note. Instead of trying to move out of my mom's house, let me sit here, finish my education, have my child. Because, most of the time when we say, oh, girl, you got to get out of here, that's the wrong answer. You want to know why? Because all we doing is making her be more involved in a worse situation. We're not pushing her out there to be a better environment, because all we're doing is saying move to the next apartment. We're not saying stay here. Let's grind together. Let your baby be in a better situation, because guess what? Half the time you taking money out your house to support hers, or you're having to divide yourself up between two households where she could have stayed right there and got all the learning she needed and being pushed out instead of being competitive with each other. We should have laid back and said, hey, look, she made a mistake. This is what, and you know what it is? It's just that the environment that we grow up in and the other way we see situations. And then our moms now are getting older, and we're saying, oh, I don't want to go over there and stay with my mom. But here it is. That's a government assistance that you're pushing out of your home, that you don't have to see your mom going to an old folks home unless you invariably can't take care of her and she needs more nurse assistance and stuff like that. But older people that's just at home cooking and stuff like that, that's daycare. You're taking out of your home. You want to know why? Because grandma can sit there with that kid,
Because
well, Miss B, I just wanted to say goodbye, y'all. I appreciate you allowing me to come into your room, Tangi.
Thank you.
Blessings to you all.
Thank you for coming in. Yes, because you know what? When I had my kids, I have 3 children. I had my own place, and every time I had my children, the first place they went to was my grandmother's house. Every time I left the hospital, I went to my grandmama's house. I didn't go home. I went to my grandmother's house, and so she helped me and she pretty much helped me to raise my kids. And everywhere I would go, and when my kids were growing up as young kids, and they were growing, everywhere I went, people would always say, "Oh, your kids are so respectful." Your kids, when, back then, I was on food stamps and stuff like that. So I may be sitting in the food stamp office with my kids sitting next to me. And the people come up to me several times. My gosh, your kids are so respectful. All these other kids running around and your kids haven't moved.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's all about like we say, it's all about the village, because that's what my grandmother instilled in them. I don't take the props from that. I take props from knowing who I could turn to, who could help me when I needed help. You know what I'm saying? Right. I take the props from that knowing my grandmother was the figure in my family that I knew could instill certain things to my children. At times, it was a time when I wanted to relocate. I said I was moving out of town. When I said I was moving out of town, I was like, okay, grandmama, I'm moving out of town at the end of the month. We going such and such. You know what she told me? Leave those kids here. You go and you figure out and you get everything ready for them. And when you're ready for them, I'll send them to you. But I'm not about to change their habits as far as going to school, going to bed, having dinner, having breakfast before school, having this and this and that. But when you're ready, I will send you your children. And guess what, y'all?
Right.
By the end of the month, I was back home. She said, that's why I never let you take the kids. Amen. So you are right. It does take a village sometimes. Sometimes it takes a village. And that's what I'm saying about the hood. A lot of times people don't come back. You say they could come back and they could do this and they could build different things for the hood. But have y'all ever seen them back in the day when it's like they want you to be this and you say, no, I don't want to be that. I'm going to be this. I want to be this. I don't want to be that. So I'm going to go off to school. And what they do when they ride, don't bring your ass back around here.
Right.
So
right.
A lot of them are afraid to come back. That if I come back, what do you have for me? Is that my demise when I come back? Or am I coming back to help pull you with me? Sometimes I can't pull you with me if I come back and the minute you see me, you tear me down. Or you bring me to my end.
Right.
So it's still not showing anything from the hood. So a lot of people stay away, not because I don't care about my hood, not because I don't want my hood to succeed and be better. It's because I don't know if I can trust those in the hood when I come back.
Mm-hmm. And I understand what you're saying when you say that, because a lot of times when the young people like football players and stuff do come back into the hood, it's really their demise because they got these extra people out here that really have no good intentions for them. Even if they try to do something, it's always, oh, I'm trying. And we as a black people, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not all black people. It's just some black people, and I hate that for our culture because we are so empowering, but by the way we have been trained in our
Hey,
mind
cool.
is to take the next one down. It's to take the next. It's never
Hey,
to build
Pandora.
each other up, even as sisters. Sometimes it's easier for us to take each other down than to build each other up. And I
Exactly.
really hate that. I
Right.
really do hate that about us because we're the only culture that sits there and say, well, girl, I'm not going to help her because you know why you don't want to help her? Because she might get a little bit more than you to give to somebody
Jealousy.
else. And
Yeah,
it's sad. It's really
jealousy.
sad. Yeah.
It is at high 70 Osborne 70s born. How are you? Can you bring your camera up, please? At the bottom, just press the camera. It'll bring your camera up.
Okay, let me see here. All right.
I'm
Did it
sorry I
bring it
didn't
up?
ask you that, Miss Chassie. Can you bring your camera up if you don't mind? Okay,
I
hey,
can. Just like
70s born. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing lovely, ladies. How are the queens doing today?
I'm great. And
Okay,
you have
that's
something to
beautiful.
add? Go ahead.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I sure do. Well, I'm from the hood. Well, back in the days, the original wasn't the hood. It's from Holland Hills and down in Dallas, Texas.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
yeah, I grew up in the '70s and '80s, '90s, and recent to 2000s. Um, it's just it's within the conversation I'm having. I understand it's what's this different because back then we had community. We have the elder because I'm a grandparent child, so my grandparent raised me, and the whole community really raised me, and it was all about community. However, some had changed in the what we call the late '80s. The late '80s when the crack epidemic had came into the neighborhood, and the grandparents' children started getting the hook on that drug, and then it started changing to communities. Some of the kids, uh, they was choosing at the time, so they didn't know too much, and they started saying their neighborhood going bad and all type of crazy things going on in the neighborhood. But the grandparents kind of kept it afloat for a while until they got older, and they could not then have the strength no more to keep keep the neighborhood clean. So the neighborhood went bad.
Okay.
And this is due to the children's parents. Um, Mostly at that time, the children's parents done went bad. And then once the children's parents done went bad, they start going to jail. They, getting locked up, going to prison and stuff like that. And the
I
children is
guess.
out there defend for themselves, and they got an elderly grandparent who is there who really can't do anything. But
Right,
they
right.
did. But they did teach that. They did teach their grandkids how to live and survive in this environment. But somehow the grandkids done got influenced by other things was going on out there. You
But
get
what
it
it
back.
is that because the grandparents can't provide what they see, the kids are living with their grandparents, but then when they go to
Hmm.
school, they're seeing the kids in the Jordans and they're seeing the kids in the this
Everything.
and in the that. But the grandparent, like, I can't provide that. Or grandmama, she can't provide it. Another
Yeah.
baby grandmama, how about this like this? Ain't gonna do it.
No.
Grandmama,
No.
like, I can buy you some Jordans, but I ain't about to buy no Jordans. So
Mm-mm.
you gonna get these. Look, back in the day, these Payless shoes.
Yeah.
Y'all remember
Yes,
the
man.
song Payless shoes don't have no grip, make you
Yeah.
slip and bust your lip, baby. Them grandmamas was in Payless. You hear me? But
Yeah.
the thing was, you were clothed, but grandma wasn't finna spend all that unnecessary money. She
No.
not
No.
worried about the Joneses around the corner. She
Mm-mm.
not about to keep you up with everybody else. Grandmama is worried about your education and worried
That's
about
true.
you becoming productive and doing something else. But even though she's teaching you that and she's showing you that, you're still with your eyes outside. Your eyes are outside. Your eyes are still outside in the hood. No matter how, like he said before, she keeping you protected. She keeping you sheltered. You're in the
Hmm.
house. She not letting you out there. But guess what? Every time she walk in your room, you peeping out the window. And you seeing what's outside. No matter how much I have you inside, because I'm not gonna let you get out there and get sucked in by what's out there. You still watching it. And as
And,
you
and
watching it, you now beginning to want it. no
That's
matter
true.
what I do. So then now you're going behind grandmama's back and you're going out there and doing the things that she's not wanting. And then once those streets get a hold of you, the guy give you a little bit of money. So now you got a little money in your pocket. Now guess what? The one who stepped in when your mama was gone, now you disrespectful to her. All
Mm-hmm.
behind the dollar. All behind the
Mm-hmm.
Jordans. And so that's when that part fall down. And so I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just
No, no, go ahead, go ahead. You speaking your truth, sis.
Hey, Map
Uh,
Diesel, what's going on? Hey, Diamond, Queen Diamond, what's going on?
and because back then, as we can remember, we was outside kids too. We enjoyed the outside, enjoyed the neighbors, because we had other friends who was raised by their grandparents or raised by elderly parents. My best friend was his mother and daddy was elderly parents. They had him in a upper age, and so all my good friends out there that I grew up with who went to the military and had the experience of life, they did well for themselves. Most of the kids did, but see, I had to remember the kids who was younger than me,
Mm-hmm.
and them children that's younger than me done got hold to a lot of mess. And so I was wondering, I said, man, what happened to the neighborhood? Because when I went back to Highland Hills, I seen it different. I said, this is not the Highland Hills I remember.
Right,
I
right.
can remember when it started getting bad, but it wasn't that bad. And because when I grew up, my little brother asked me, said, you remember the gangs? I said, no, brother, there wasn't no gangs in the neighborhood back then. There wasn't no such things. Until someone from the outside came in, whoever was a Blood or a Crip, whatever their affiliation was, had
That's true,
got
King.
they got appealing to these children, and these kids was younger than us. I could remember that we was more encouraged to stay in school, to get an education, go to college, or go to the military and stuff like that. But these children parents is not teaching these kids that no more. So,
Right.
they're not teaching the same respect that we grew up with. We grew up with respect. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. I still say that to this day in my old age now. And
And
so,
it's so funny. I'm like that too. I say ma'am, and I say y'all. Let me tell you something. It's so funny that one day, but because sometimes older people they get out of character too, and they be tripping sometimes. And I remember a old lady. She was just talking straight crazy to me, and I was like, no, ma'am, it's not gonna be like that. And we were going to, and I'm so into ma'am and sir and all the time that
mhm.
y'all. Let me tell you something. She made me so mad. I said, fuck you, ma'am. I still called her ma'am. My cousin say, how you gonna cuss her out and you still called her ma'am? I said, see, I got to get up out of here because I still got the respect for her, but she took me there and it was still, that was just like, she's like, how you gonna say fuck you, ma'am? Like, ma'am, bye. I'm not about to let you take, because I'm like that too. And it's funny that, hey, I'm from Highland Hills too. The greens, the pinks, the
Hey,
browns, the
hey,
whites. Yeah. I've been all over them. So I definitely
yeah.
know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Born and raised on Mahalia Drive from Simpson Stewart, right across the street from Bishop College. Now it's
Okay.
called Paul Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here she is,
And
baby mama.
and sometimes I
Okay.
feel bad because I moved from the hood, but it wasn't that. When I went to the military and all that old stuff like that, I seen the world. I told my little brother, I say, man, this is nice. Y'all say, come on, man, this is nice. And they said, no, but I don't want to get in there and nobody tell me what to do and all that. I said, brother, that's not like what you think. I'm just trying to tell you what's on there's some green on the other side of that pasture, and you've been
Right.
stuck in this neighborhood and continuing to grow up with this miscellaneous mess we got going on. Cause see, short story, when my grandmother passed in 91, in 1990, my mother passed in 1991. So the matriarch is gone, and my grandfather passed way before they did. So that matriarch is gone. So growing up as a preacher kid, a preacher grandparent, and school teachers, because my grandmother and grandfather were school teachers, they taught us the right road to go. Put us books in our face, put the flashcards. I know everybody remember, if at a certain age you remember flashcards.
Yes.
So them flashcards had put us ahead would put us ahead of most children when we went to school. So I ended up skipping a grade. So I graduated a little bit earlier than most. And I just went into the military, then got a college education, and I was driven. And I don't see the same drive no more. Some of the kids now they get a little lazy because they think
After
the
school,
parents
guys.
the parents done gave them everything, and they don't have to push as hard as we did. Because as you remember, we used to mow lawns or pump gas or help people with their groceries or something like that to make a little pocket change. And sometimes we didn't expect anything from it. We were just doing it out of kindness. You see your elderly neighbor over there who got all the groceries. I'll come outside like, hey, Miss Brown, you want me to help you? I can get these groceries in for you. Miss Brown should get it in there. She don't give me nothing. Probably give me a plate of beans or some cornbread. Baby, come on up here, give me
That's
something.
enough. That's enough.
That's enough right there.
Baby, that's just a plate of beans and cornbread, baby. That's payment for much. That's payment for much.
That's right.
And you know what? And the guy up top, he was saying that a lot of that's happening because there are that Black people aren't getting married anymore. I mean, I don't think that's truly it.
No,
that could help, but I don't think that's the problem.
You're right. And to me, it's really not the problem.
The problem is raise your kids.
Yeah, raise your children. Yeah, and raising the right way. And stop letting your kids call you by your name. Because once that start, they think they on the same level of you most of the time. You they friends and stuff like that. I never grew up with that. My grandmother,
that's what most of them nowadays want to be. They want to be their friends. You see more of them nowadays being their friends. You see more of them nowadays. Baby, they doing TikToks together. They constantly dancing together. They constantly doing this together on TikToks. They doing all that. And I understand that you can have fun with your children. I understand that it doesn't have to always be about structure. That you can have a good time. You can have a good time in structure as well. You can still have your kids to have that respect they need to have for you and have fun. But a lot of them, they don't want their kids mad at them. They don't want this. I see now that with most of the kids now, that I don't hear a lot of people giving their children chores. Them kids come in from school. They drop whatever they drop because they ain't carrying no books no more. So I don't even know if they dropping no books. They don't even come in and change clothes. They don't come. You not making them kids do nothing.
Nothing. And
I have two that live with me. I have two that live. Well, one just recently moved out. She graduated from nursing school, so it's about time for her to go. But I have when they were here, but after they turned like 18, I made them start paying a little bit of piece of rent. It wasn't a whole bunch, but for your room and stuff like that. Because see, my skills are valuable. I got to teach you how to fold clothes. I got to teach you how to wash. I got to teach. And see, if you're not doing all that, you just blowing money at the mall. I need mine. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you don't teach them I need mine. Because if you don't teach them some kind of responsibility, if they don't know how to pay a bill, if you start out small, you need the $200 in before the 15th. They know they got to the 15th to pay this $200. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But if they don't have no stopping point and say, well, what will happen after the 15th? See, after the 15th, I keep these trash bags together. That way, when they know when the trash bags get rolled up by their room door, it's time for you to go. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no. I don't play with them. I don't, because I believe after you turn 18 years old, you need to have some kind of responsibility. Because one of them went to the dorms and found out that the dorms really wasn't for her during COVID. You paying the college, so you can pay him. So that's what I felt, And then after that, they just started saying, well, now that she's out, she's like, well, I'm glad I learned how to fold clothes. I'm glad I learned how to do all this stuff like this. Because, see, I would have to be two places at one time, and it would be unbearable. It really would. You just have to, and it made them accountable,
I believe it would help, Rambo. It would help in some cases, but I don't think that's the solution. I don't think the solution is marriage. But I do believe that it will help. But like I say, it's about instilling something in your kid. And
Right.
if you have trained them on certain things and instill certain things in them, trust me, you don't have to worry about them. Like my daughter, when she went to college, she went off to college by herself.
Mm-hmm.
By herself. I wasn't there to keep saying, "Hey, are you doing your schoolwork? Hey, are you?" Stayed on the dean's list. You know what I'm saying? She was one of those with her roommates that she had. They said, "Oh my goodness, call her 4'9" because she's short. Ooh, 4'9" had us do study days on Tuesdays. So she made all her roommates. I mean, as a friend, not maid, but hey y'all, we studying today, or who's coming in to study? That just certain things. So if that is the person, and you instilled it in her, her dad wasn't around. Her dad wasn't around. So I understand that, yes, that can help some of it, but that's not what it takes for all of it. It's just being accountable and being responsible for your children. Raise your children. Stop letting them raise themselves. Stop letting Nickelodeon raise them. Stop letting the PS5 and Nintendo raise your kids. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So that in itself can be eliminated.
I'm gonna be honest with you. After I had my second kid, and I did not get married to her father. After I had my second kid, I wanted to start being more accountable for my actions because I had turned 24, and I had one at 22, and I had one at 20. I had one at 21, and then I had one at 24. So I didn't really want to get on. No, I danced with the system for a minute. I danced with sisters for a minute, but both their dads was military, so you had to go through all that extra stuff. But after the second one, I was like, you can't really prosper like this, not being accountable for your actions. So after that, I chose not to date until they turned like 17 years old. And the reason for that is because I didn't want to bring a man into the household with two girls with two different fathers. And I'm gonna tell you why, because you somewhat kind of have to have a balance there between between the two fathers, because you have to be accountable to both. Even if you're not with your baby's father, you're still in his community and you're still a part of his team, no matter what. Because if y'all not a part of the team, y'all can't really productively raise a child. And I'm gonna be honest with you, because your child is gonna play one side against the other, or they're gonna find a medium between y'all two, and you really don't want that. And you really want to be able to have a conversation with the other parent, because there's a lot of medical issues that go on. Like if your child falls sick, you need to know what's going on in his family, just like he needs to know what's going on in your family. So I didn't want to bring that combative environment around my kids. The last thing is, because when you're bringing another man into a household with girls, you have to be very, either he's going to be the kind of man you need him to be, in a stand-up gentleman around two girls, or he's going to be the kind of man that wavers, and you really don't want that, because you don't know what side of the team he's really on. So instead of having to do with all that, I decided to take a break from myself, because that would be dealing with myself, and raise my kids. Okay. And I just had to be accountable in that issue, Okay. So that's the reason why I did not get married. I'm not. It's not because I didn't want to be married. It wasn't because it wasn't an opportunity. It's just that I felt right then I didn't want to cheat anybody. I didn't want to cheat myself, and I didn't want to cheat my kids. And that's me.
One thing that people don't do. Sometimes it's when you have children, and you're right, Rambo, that when you don't have a husband and you're not married. So when you have children, and me being a single mother, if I'm raising children, what people are not doing is that if I choose not to be married, or if I'm not married for whatever reason or another, when I'm raising my children, I have to put my children first.
Right.
And that's what people are not doing. They're not putting their children first. There's that, I want to have fun. I'm finna go on a cruise. I'm finna this. I'm finna that. But what about your children? Like, it was so funny that somebody made a post when they was talking about all these PPP loan things that everybody was getting, and they was like, I'm happy. I see a lot of y'all on these trips and cruises, but I ain't seeing no pictures of your kids with you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you out enjoying yourself, living life, but your kids are back at the house, either with grandmama or with a babysitter that you chose to leave them with, while you still enjoying life. Put your kids first sometimes.
Amen.
I mean, if you have a kid, sometimes not being married is putting your kid first. Sometimes getting a divorce is putting your kids first. So
Right.
you can't always just say it like that, Rambo. I don't believe. Now, I do feel like you should try your best to make it work and to make sure that your kid is set up for greatness, and that will possibly be being in a two-family home. I mean, a two-parent home, but that's not always how it's going to work. So the thing is, what do we do when that's not an option? So do we just let it go? Okay, I'm not married. Oh, I got a divorce, so now I'm just going to give up on everything. No. So we need to figure out the solution on what we do, which is pretty much a lot of the norm nowadays. You have a lot of single parent homes, whether it's a father raising the kid or whether it's a mother raising the kid. What is the solution for the single family home? Because they still have goals and needs and things that they want for their children. So you can't tell me that I have to stop just because I don't have a husband, or he has to stop wanting what's best for his kids because he don't have a wife.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and I think sometimes some people is missing a key piece in that.
I'm saying either
If
or.
if you had the option to keep the baby father there in the home and he was doing right, you will. No one wanted hard for themselves. I'm gonna be honest with you. Nobody wanted hard for themselves. But however, wherever the circumstances is, it did not happen. Parents don't make a choice and not to keep their spouse or anyone in the home. That's the grown. This is called grown folks stuff. That's grown folks choices. The kids didn't have the choice to keep their parents in the home. They don't know what's going on in the relationship, why the parent done left or anything like that. It's up on them too. It's whatever done happened. He done messed up. He done messed up so bad that now he's gone or she's gone.
Right.
And so I think that's the key point. We saying keep the marriage together, but do you know how our grandparents kept together for all that time? To me, time had changed for them, and they kept together even though Grandpa was out there fooling around. Grandmama didn't care. That man is here. But it was at a different time and a different in a different world that they grew up in, and and that's the key point. We would want the parent to be there or the spouse to be there, but they decide to leave. So
right.
It's not the mama fault that he left.
Right, that's true. Miss Lexi,
he,
can you bring your camera up and you have the floor. What were you saying in reference to the single family homes and marriage and so forth?
Hi, good afternoon. I have to drop down because I'm at work, but I am a product of a broken home. Sometimes I think that out of loneliness, men and women might have kids for that companionship. I think some people assume that if they have kids, those kids aren't going to leave them, whereas having a spouse, it's uncertain. And they don't consider what it's like being that child who's brought up in that broken home. And I think in the Black community, we normalize family structures that shouldn't be normal. It shouldn't be normal for a child to have a single parent. It shouldn't be normal for a child to not have a father in the home. It shouldn't be normal for your parents to not be married. To me, that's abnormal behavior. And I honestly think, because I'm in my 30s, I'm 31. I don't have children. I'm divorced. I tried marriage with my ex-husband. He just wasn't the right partner. But I chose to leave him before we had kids together because I was afraid that I didn't choose the best person to father my children, even though he and I had a great relationship prior to us getting married. Sometimes relationships just don't work out. So I had to vacate for my own safety and for the safety of my womb. I think I would never want to tell another woman what to do with her body, but it's just selfish to have kids when you don't have the structure to raise them.
Right. And I understand that I'm not normalizing having children and being unwed or being a single parent. I'm normalizing the fact that it's happening. Like, what do we do? How do we help those that have? See, I can say that I'm against it, but then I can't say that I'm against it and then turn around and forget the long line that's already there. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm just speaking of, is actually helping those that are already there. No, I'm not promoting it for the future, but I'm talking about what do we do when we look back.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for clarifying. I am going to drop down shortly, but the last thing I'll add is we need to just be more honest with ourselves first and also with our sisters within our community about how hard it is to be a single parent. Mm-hmm. And how the stresses that you go through being a single parent. It's 2022. It's about to be 2023. I'm tired of hearing stories of, oh, mama did the best she could. Mama always tried. No, like the sob story that has to die. Be honest with these women about what it's like raising a child in a broken home. It's not easy. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable having to be strong and independent. And I think the reason why there are so many of us who choose to be single moms, honestly, is because we have been told for so long that we are strong, that we are independent, that we can keep going, that God will provide. That's wrong. It's false. We have to when we get pregnant or consider getting pregnant, we have to think about the condition that that child is going to be raised in. If we know that single parents tend to struggle financially, then maybe we don't need to have kids.
Right.
I think that the top priority should be, if I'm dating this man, if I'm laying down with this man, if I want to have children, is this man going to be a good father? Is he going to be a good provider? Does he come from an intact family? Did he have the demonstration in his upbringing of seeing his mother being cared for by a husband, by a spouse? People say that marriage is just a contract, it's just a piece of paper. There is so much power in that piece of paper. Right. I remember growing up as a kid, my greatest insecurity was when people would ask me, oh, what does your dad do? I couldn't get that answer because my dad wasn't there. I was raised by a grandparent. I didn't meet my mother until I was 24 years old. I had to work harder than my colleagues and my friends who came from two-parent homes because I was starting with nothing. Okay. It's selfish. And I think that this is a good conversation to have. I understand that accidents happen, but we're grown. We have the internet. We're in the age of information. Black women have struggled in this country for so long, but the truth is we have privilege being American women. We have access to medicine. We have access to gynecologists. We have access to mental health. We can change anything that we want to change. So if I were to talk to young women about pregnancy, I would say absolutely do not do it. If he has not made you his wife, do not treat him like a husband. Do not give him kids. He does not deserve immortality through your womb just because you're both lonely and you want companionship. Those kids, they grow up. Those kids, they start their own lives. They leave. And then they blame you for it.
Yes.
For bringing them into this world anyway, because they didn't ask to be here. And then they're looking out into the world and they're like, well, why does that person have a dad? Why does that person have a good relationship with their father and their mother? Why do they have grandparents and I don't? You know, why do they have better access to education than I have? Why is my mama struggling?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's just painful because I'm like, it has become so normalized in our community for Black women to say we're strong. We can do everything. My plea for Black women is to take off that cape. You're not strong. You can't handle everything on your own.
I think that's our downfall because we are like that.
Yes,
and I can even say that for myself. Like sometimes it's like we're so strong that sometimes we get prideful too. Sometimes it's like sometimes we have ego trips too. We talk about men with their ego trips and their pride and all that. Sometimes our strength has put me in a position sometimes where I'm very much like that. And you're right that sometimes we miss out on certain things because we're telling ourselves how strong we are. But yet, regardless of how strong I am, I'm still vulnerable and I'm still weak at certain points, but I don't speak on that. I speak because I want to be seen as strong. And that is so true that a lot of Black women we're walking around trying to show our strength because we be damned if you see me as weak. But I'm losing a lot. I'm jeopardizing a lot by just trying to show my strength.
Yes, ma'am. And I think just by acknowledging that is strength. Because it will never be me saying, oh, I'm strong. I can handle everything. I'm not strong. I cannot handle everything on my own. I can't.
Okay.
I can't. And I feel like when you allow yourself to experience that vulnerability, it opens up the gate for someone to pour into you. That's how we, that to me, that's how we begin to unpack our trauma. Because my grandmother's trauma, my mother's trauma will not be a part of my experience. I'm so sorry. I'm not carrying their burdens on. I won't do it. So as I interact in the world with men, I have to think, because I have always wanted to be a mom. So I don't have the opportunity to just date frivolously and, whatever happens. I'll just pray about it later. No, I have to think long term. Is this man truly going to be a man that's going to be of value to my life and possibly to my children? That's how I have to look at the world, because I know what I come from.
Okay.
It does. Grandpa says marriage prevents poverty. The truth is, it does. Statistically, it just does. And I understand that marriage is not for everyone. I get that. But we don't even try. We have these kids and we don't even consider, like, we're just hoping that it works out. We're praying for our kids. But it's like, at what point do we just kind of go back to the old school of no kids outside of marriage, period?
Right. And I don't think that they're, like y'all say, that they're running away from marriage. I don't think it's the fact of that they're actually running away from marriage. The problem nowadays is, what is, I see it every day, it's so sad. But it's not the fact of running away from marriage. It's the fact that these nowadays, those that are, in heterosexual relationships, that men and women aren't getting along. And instead of just leaving it at not getting along, they're not coming to a resolution. They're not meeting in the middle. They're not giving any type of resolve. So it's just, oh, well, you this, you that, and he this, he that, she this, she that. So, oh, we're not getting married because we don't get along. So, like you say, where does it stop in order to produce, quote unquote, marriages that are needed to produce these children for future references so that they can be in a better position? Or do we just keep moving like we're moving?
You know how some men will say, or they'll ask a woman, like, what does she bring to the table? Anytime a man has asked me that on social media, my response is, well, what does your table need? In order for me to know how to fill your cup, I have to know what is inside of your cup and what you need to make it full. I do the same thing with myself. So when I think about my needs, I'm thinking about my financial needs, where I want to live, the kind of education I want my children to have, extracurricular activities I would want them to participate in and have access to, how I want them to be socialized. So I think about all of these things, and those answers to those questions about where I want to live, the money I want to make, the education, blah, 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 that has given me the opportunity to shift my mind and to surround myself with people who are like-minded or who maybe are already living that experience, instead of just having this baby and then just trying to figure it out from there. But I'm going to go ahead and drop down. Thanks for letting me join, and I'll continue to listen. I'm just at work at the moment.
Okay, thank you for coming in. I'm going to actually follow you, so maybe you can jump in some future lives if you will. I appreciate your insight.
Yeah, I'll just follow back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cole's mom. Hello, how are you? Can you bring your camera up if you don't mind?
Say it again?
How are you? Can you bring your camera up if you don't mind?
Oh. Better?
No, just go down to the bottom. There should be a camera with a line through it if you would press it. Papacito, what's going on? How are you?
I'm home chilling. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, you had something to add to that?
No, well, I'm listening.
Okay, so codified, you say one shouldn't get married until their 30s?
Who, me?
No, I'm speaking to someone that's typing in the chat.
Oh, okay. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm blessed.
The topic first, was it Paco? We were actually talking about product of environment. What truly is a product of environment? And then we went through to certain other things, but the topic is what's truly product of your environment. Is that just a cop out, or sometimes why is product of the environment always something negative outside of those that have made it, and they don't bring that back to the environment, the hood. Don't bring it back to where you came from.
Okay.
So you have anything to add to that, Cole's mom?
I do. Like, I'm from Trinidad. Well, my father's from Trinidad, and we always been like, I don't know if it's because the way we speak, our English is not always good, but I feel like we're one, uh, in beliefs and understanding our culture. It's a lot when people trying to understand who we are. To me, I'm trying to figure out how to say this, so I apologize. It's
Okay.
one, I've always been raised to believe like we're all God's children.
Mute your phone, Wood. On. I think we got an echo when you came in. Come into the box, Codified. Thank you. Go ahead,
But
Cole.
I do believe, like, since I've been into the United States, what I have noticed and what I have seen, our children, our culture, they mimic. They want to be somebody else, and our parents need to show them that they can be themselves. Like, they always want to mimic what they see on TV, or mimic what they see in the streets, or mimic what they see in society. And to me, that's not okay. That's not how I was raised.
But I think that's because we leave them to the television. We place them in front of it. We place them in
Exactly.
front of the television. We place them in front of the video game. So yeah, that's all they see. They don't even see. They don't even help you in the kitchen cooking. They don't help you wash clothes. They don't help you do nothing. So they're not even wanting to mimic you and the things that you're doing around the house. They feel entitled to you doing those things for them, while they're just placed in front of the television looking at the Nicki Minaj's, looking at the Cardi B's, and looking at all the other things, other people, and they're like, oh, I want to be like them when I grow up. When you have a mother that's sitting right in front of you, showing you all the things that it takes to be a homemaker, showing you everything that it takes to raise and provide for your kids, showing you how to get up and go to work every day, showing you how to keep your clothes clean, showing you how to keep the house clean. But yet you don't want to mimic her. You rather mimic somebody you see on TV. That's because they're always in front of
Exactly.
them.
Exactly. And see, I grew up like I'm not saying but I appreciate how I grew up. I grew up dumping piss pots. I grew up drawing water out of a fucking well. I mean, excuse me, I ain't no puss cut. I grew up drawing water out of a well. Like, if the world was to end today or tomorrow, or halfway in, a lot of our younger people that's supposed to help us to survive, they have no knowledge of how to help us survive because they wasn't taught. So I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. And I don't blame their parents because maybe they wasn't taught. You know what I mean? So how far do it go back is my question.
Okay.
Like, how far do it go? How far are we supposed to go back to get understanding? You
But
understand what I'm saying?
I don't think that we can go back. I think we have to start today. We have to go back and acknowledge that there was a problem. But I think the resolution starts today. See, I can't go back and change nothing my mom did. I can't change anything my grandmother did. I can't change that. Even though I see those things and it has came forward and pushed through into my life, it has to be a conscious decision for me that I'm not going to move forward. I'm not going to let my kids live their life like that. So I have to make the decision to make that change and stand on that change. So you don't go back. I don't believe. And give me just
But
a second.
only
Hey,
like
Wood,
30%
how are
of us
you?
is doing this in our culture. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Only maybe 30% of us is doing this. We have, since I've came here, I've seen a strong society of black men trying to step up and raise their children. So I'm not going to take that away from them. You know what I mean?
Right.
I just know, like, since I've been here, my life is better. So if I can come from another country and my life is better, how come these children here can't succeed? But I see why now, why they can't succeed. And I think people want to say things, but they're scared. They're scared of their voice. And we need more of us not to be scared of their voice. We have to all speak up. We have to all take responsibility for all of us. Because it just didn't happen to you. It happened to you, me, her, them. We have to take responsibility. We have to speak up. Because if don't nobody know, they can't gain knowledge.
Right, but I think half the problem is then with me and you ready to speak up, Woods and Jennifer may not be ready to speak up, so now they making us look like a fool. So we're saying, yeah, it did happen to you, Wood. Tell them, and he like, I'm like, Jennifer, tell your story. She like, because they don't want to deal with the consequences of, remember that what happens here stays here. And some of us are just structured like that, so we just don't even let it out. But give me just a moment, Cole's mom. Hello, Woods. How are you?
Hey, what a exciting live you have going here, man. I tell you. I hope there's not an echo anymore.
No, you're fine.
Okay, good. So, I typically only jump in when the topic of marriage, relationships, are at the front, or at the forefront, and it seems like this is what it is now. My first point that I think needs to be made is, you as the individual, right? The man, the woman, you need to figure out for yourself, why do you want a marriage? If you want marriage, why? Why is it? Is it so that you can be perceived from others like, hey, look how successful I am here? Or is it so that you can propagate your own DNA? Is it about financial success? And that's what I think the purpose of marriage is. It's about financial success. You don't need love for marriage. In all actuality, I know several people who are married, not ever in love. They don't love each other at all. They're trying to create a business. And in fact, two companies can marry, right? Two literal companies, like let's say Cheddar's and Outback Steakhouse. They can marry and become one. Marriage is a legal term. But I think far too often a man and a woman will get married and think it's always supposed to be happy, good feelings. And then the first disappointment, the first discouragement or form of discord happens. And then all of a sudden, I don't like you, let's get a divorce. Well, you said till death do us part, I thought. That's what you vowed, your words. And if you get a divorce when something does not go wrong, is your word valid anymore? That's what I feel. The first thing I think, when you go into a relationship, if it's dating is, the process of it is strange to me. How it's practiced today, dating.
Is it even practiced today? Because I strongly say that I feel people don't understand the concept. People don't date anymore. It's like, if me and you meet, we go on 2 dates. I'm like, hey, don't let me find out you talking to nobody else. What? Like, we're just dating. It's not.
Yeah.
We're not in a relationship here. We're getting to know each other. I like your company. I value your time. I like spending time with you. And so it's like, you can go out on a date with someone and come home and not be obligated to that person. Now, I'm not saying go out and sex everybody. That, dating is not sexting. I'm sex. And if you choose for it to be that way, I mean, that's fine. That's on you. But that's not what it's about. It's about getting to know people on an open playing field. No obligations to that person. You know what I'm saying? And then decide what it is you want to do, and then you can build on something. But back to what you were saying about when you say marriage, I always tell people marriage is first based on respect between two people. Secondly, is a business transaction. From that business transaction, then you may fall in love with that person. Then the love comes into place. But one thing is, you can't base a marriage on love. It will not be successful. Love is a feeling. Love is an emotion that people tend to tie into something, and it can break or make a situation. But you don't want it to have the ability to break your marriage. You know what I'm saying? Because love don't love nobody. And it don't matter who I love. I can love Woods all day long, but Woods, I love you. I love you. I love you. And if you don't love me, that means my love don't mean nothing, does it?
No. And, just continuing exactly where you left off, there are a lot of people who
love me,
who will say I love you, but it's not reciprocated. But is that love? Right? Love to me is a connection. It's an equal handshake. Two people are agreeing to be here on whatever level, right? Sexual, intimate, romantic, whatever. But if it's only one way, then that's an attachment. There's a difference between connection and attachment, from what I can see.
Okay.
And marriage is a traditional practice. I will say this. Marriage is a traditional practice.
Okay.
A traditional household, right? In a traditional household, from what I can see, there is an order that is present. An order that is addressed. God, man, woman, child, right? In that order. And it's not that the child is going unattended to, nor the woman, nor the man. However,
right.
God, man, woman, in a traditional household. However, it does not seem that modern people are grasping that. There are more single mothers out there than before, unfortunately. And with that matter, I've seen that there are single moms that will put the child before anybody in the house, right? And there's a mix-up in the order of precedence there, right? God, man, woman, children. If the woman is putting the child above herself and also above the man, and God, it's like, okay, this relationship is doomed from the very beginning. From the very beginning, it's doomed. And it's many people don't see it that way. Because they want to protect the child. But when I say the order of precedence, right? A man leads the family. A man typically in a traditional household is the head of the house. The head of the house. And the man is led by God in a traditional household. The man leads the family. And there are other things that I can always go into. But with this being said, a traditional household historically has proven to work. Modern households have not worked. The divorce rate here in the United States is astounding. It's not working, especially in the African American community. It's not working,
Okay.
There are a lot of African American men who have no clue how to lead. They don't know any characteristics. They're cowardly. They are unresponsible. They are sexually unresponsible, meaning they're like sleeping with anybody. There are African American women who don't even know how to support or follow, or they're not even empathetic. So the household is doomed from the very start. But what's the solution?
Right. That's what I keep to, every time I go and I'm hearing these arguments, these pointing fingers, I keep at what is the solution? Okay, I got that men aren't perfect. I got that women aren't perfect. I get that men have wronged women. I get that women have wronged men at times. But what is the solution? You want to keep beating that dead horse. Leave that horse is dead. Bury it. Please bury it. Bury the horse. And so now that we walking past the grave of the horse, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? Don't dig it back up and start beating him again. You know what I'm saying? But it's like there should be a solution. What is the resolution? What are we going to do about the brokenness? We've acknowledged that there's wrong on both sides. Okay, we acknowledge that. So where do we go from here in order to fix what those people are wanting in their relationships and wanting those people that are wanting to be married to man and man to woman? And why fight? Y'all busy fighting that you can't love each other because you're over there fighting about who did this and who did that. Okay, it's happened. And it's happened from both sides. Men have been cheated on, just like women been cheated on. Men are being abused, just like women are being abused. You know what I'm saying? Men are losing jobs and the women are having to provide just like men had to provide at times. So where do you go from there?
Right. Yeah. So my solution that if the man that you're interested in does not have a calendar or follow any type of schedule, he's unorganized. Okay? And you as the woman have nothing to look up to, right? You have no confidence in his leadership because there's nothing that you can see. I've heard over and over again that women want to they'll only submit to a man who knows how to lead. Well, how do you know he's a good leader? By what you see. Okay.
Right. Papacito, what's your solution?
Absolutely. And that is like a very basic thing that most women can quickly inquire about. But oftentimes men don't have organization here. Okay. And that is, to me, that is a huge characteristic of what it means to be a leader. A leader, man or woman, is organized on some level. He or she is organized. If they are not organized, they cannot delegate. They cannot provide tasks to the subordinates in order to accomplish the mission, right? There's the mission, and then there's the submission, right? Women always talk about, oh, I want to submit. Okay, so submission means that there's a mission below the mission. You are placing yourself below the mission. If there's no mission, what are you submitting to? And I think that's where the discord is happening with a lot of women here, because they don't know what the fuck they're following.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to ramble.
Oh, okay. No, you're fine. How you doing, Miss Kanae? How are you?
It's Kana. I know.
Kana, I did it wrong again.
I know. I try to put the pronunciation in the comments for you, but
I saw it there, but I forgot that quick. I was trying to remember. Okay, Kana. Okay.
Yeah, I know you guys don't mean no harm. I don't take it that serious, but it's all right. And good morning to you too, sir.
Hey.
I am listening just for the few minutes that I have, and you don't have to listen that long to understand what these types of conversations are really geared towards when we talk about submission and when we talk about women wanting a leader and those types of things. I believe what has happened is that we have just had a breakdown, even when it comes to our community. If we're talking about Black people, we just had a breakdown in the nuclear Black family structure. Okay. We have had a breakdown in our community. We have had a breakdown in our households, right? A lot of things that we are doing today when we talk about what we see on the internet as far as bashing, I don't like to call it bashing. What I like to call it is us identifying problematic issues that are and have existed in our community for a long time.
Okay.
Whatever way you want to talk about it. If you want to talk about daddy being a Rolling Stone, if you want to talk about mama was a strong black woman, the kids got beat on, or daddy helped mom or mom helped dad. We have negative and positive, right? And I think what's happening now, Derica and Mr. Woods, is that this generation is trying to define, right? They're trying to define what has already been set in place, because the society and the government and those people who like to change our belief system or the way we have seen things since we were children, like telling a little boy he's a girl. Okay, that's a big shift right there. So we're trying to figure these things out, because I don't know if you all have, but I've never had to have these kind of conversations with my father, with my grandmother, about who's submissive, who's a feminine, and who's a masculine, and who's that, and who's pay. We didn't have those conversations. So I believe what's happening is, and even with the church, we're trying to redefine what God put in place. We're trying to redefine what he has already set in order. We're trying to redefine what a man is. We're trying to redefine what a woman is. You saw what they did in the Supreme Court trial, not trial, but when they do the questioning for the new Supreme Court, selection or whatnot, or nominee. Ask a woman, what's a woman? Why you got to ask me that? What do you mean, what's a woman? You know what I mean? We have to start redefining things that's already been established, not just spiritually, but also scientifically and biologically. We know that this man in the box is a man, and we know that this woman is a woman based on what we look like. You already know, right? And so I think that, where we're going today is I think social media has had a strong influence on a lot of these ideas as well. So when you talk about what he was just saying in terms of like, the men not leading. Let me just touch on that right now. I see more, and when we deal with numbers, statistics, there are more successful black men without children. I don't see that as not being able to lead or being irresponsible. In no way sense of the word. Men are not that damn irresponsible like we'd like to paint it out to be. However, unfortunately, I have seen more irresponsibility on the side of the woman in our community, because 72% of us have children outside of marriage.
And right, but I'm sorry, but wait a minute on that. I agree. Understand and I can respect what you say on that. But there's a big difference when the number of children a man has can be verbal versus DNA, but the number of children a woman has is carried because she has them with her. So a lot of these men that are going around and being fatherless are only fatherless because they're not claiming. But they're all not fatherless because of DNA. So we can't give that total 100% of props to men who claim to be fatherless.
Right, but these are not claims. This is statistical information that is fact. It's a fact.
Fact is what? Fact from what is what I want to know.
And see, this is where we have the problem, because we get offended. I'm not saying
I'm not offended. I'm asking fact as from what?
Census.gov.
I'm trying to get there.
Census.gov. A poll.
Huh?
Census.gov. It's a poll, right?
Yeah, it's government information. It's these numbers are real. Like, that's why I'm saying it. I'm not saying that there are women cannot, do not have, they're not responsible, but I'm looking at the actions that we have carried out, which is causing the effects amongst our community as well. It's time that we take accountability as women as well. Stop trying to put everything on the man, because it's not always these men out here. These men have children and do want to be with their children, but cannot, because we have a mother, right, that's saying you can't see your child. I have a brother that's on this TikTok right now that is in tears right now, tired to give up because he cannot see his child. Why do these have to fight for that? So that's all I'm saying. We do have issues, but the problem is we're trying to come together with all of these traumatic situations, and no one's taking a step back and saying, let me stop. Let me take a minute. Let me get some help. Let me go to my pastor. Let me go to a counselor. Let me do something personally for myself before I deem myself fit enough to come into these relationships with responsible people like maybe you, Derica, and Mr. Woods, that are doing the work.
Right.
Who's doing
and that's the thing that I'm speaking for. And you know, the fact of what you said earlier, no, I'm not offended. I'm making a strong point as to how it is numbered, because me personally, I'm against the women on a lot of things, because I strongly feel like, you know, I will say it. I say it all the time. Every deadbeat dad is not a deadbeat dad. It's just led by a deadbeat mother. Some of them. So I'm not saying that it's all men. There are women who are definitely in the wrong. But what I'm saying, when it comes to saying what men, and doing the statistics of men who do not have children, all I'm saying is you're taking that at face value on his word. A man can claim to not have children because he is not claiming them. It has nothing to do with how many kids are out here fatherless that are carrying his same DNA.
Okay.
It's all I'm saying. Whether that's because the mother is unfit and she's pushed the father away, or because she's being unfit and doing whatever she's doing. But every man that claims to not be a father is not fatherless.
Right. But Derica, you said something that I was doing that's incorrect, Mama. I'm not saying that.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you're incorrect.
That I'm talking to somebody that I'm talking to and they're telling me that they don't have children. I'm talking about statistical information that has proven and has shown the numbers on both sides who's here being more responsible is all that's all I'm saying. That now, if that is wrong, I can't say it's wrong because we don't have that data or that statistical data. But what I'm saying, there is statistical data that definitely. I'm not angry. I don't know who said this is just the way I.
Oh no.
Nah. Yeah. Don't look at the comments.
Yeah, this is the way I. So so that's all I'm saying. It's like, you know, what I try to do is, let's be fair. Let's take accountability, right? Let's all take accountability. And you know what, Derica? I feel like that's a part of the problem too, because we don't like to take accountability. And that's why we'll never get forward. We'll never go anywhere, because women have a hard time taking accountability. Men have a hard time taking accountability. I was raised to take accountability. So I always ask the question, who raised you? Because it ain't nothing to take accountability, man. It's just like, take accountability so that you can get better. When you refuse to take accountability, you're refusing to be healed. You're refusing to be better. You're refusing to grow. You're refusing to be in a better relationship with an awesome woman or a man that could possibly be the person for you. But because you get the toxics out, the toxins, the negativity and the pessimism and the whatever other isms you have, you're not suitable for anybody, not even your own environment, your children, your family. Who are you teaching? Because you don't take accountability. And I cannot allow somebody to, you know, have a conversation about stuff like this when, okay, where's your accountability at? Where are we take accountability? And I don't preach to men. I talk to the ladies. And that's what my platform is about. And they hate me for it. They call me a baby. They call me a mammy. They call me shiny shoes. They say all these things because I believe in finding out what is the best interest of not just the Black community, but the head, the leader, the man. What is his interest? What does he value? Why is it that we can't find that out? And why is it that the men can't find that out about the woman? But mostly it is the women combating me because I'm interested in knowing about a man, because we need to know about what they feel and what they think. They are people too. They are human. And no one is ever going to make me feel as if I can't stand up for a Black man, because I had a Black father, I had a Black grandfather, and now I got a Black son. And there is no way in the world that I'm not going to sit here and take accountability for what women do when I'm a woman and I have a son. I have to teach him.
Right. I mean, and my thing is, I don't speak up for one side. I speak up for both sides, because like I say, it's been wrong done from both sides to each party, you know. And it's like, again, When is that gonna stop? When is it gonna stop? The pointing the finger, we could point the finger all day long.
Hell for the longest, Derica. One side has been catching hell for 50 to 60 years, and we have been insulated and protected from constructive criticism in all areas. We have not had the conversation, and now that we're having the conversation about the other side, it's like, okay, shut up, let's find a solution. And the men are like, hold up, wait a minute, because my baby mama won't even let me see my children, and I'm good to her. She get $5,000 a month. What about me? Now that we have a conversation about the other side, because Oprah done talked to us about women, Gail done talked to us about women. We done consulted women. We done did all kind of great stuff for women. What about our men? They have not had this conversation. And when they do start to have this conversation, our women don't want to hear it because they feel that all black men ain't shit. And that ain't the truth.
Okay. No, yeah. I definitely feel like black men have a purpose. That I feel like they're shit. They're definitely not, but my thing is, it's like when it comes to standing up for one, you don't have to kick down the other. Because
that's not what is happening at all, right? That's not what's happening. When
I'm not saying that's what she's doing. I'm speaking in general, but go ahead.
And as am I.
Okay.
It's just, flowing with the conversation.
Okay.
So, oftentimes when, let's say I do something incorrectly.
DJ, stop it.
Let's say I say 1 + 1 is 3, and then you correct me. Actually, Mr. Woods, 1 + 1 is 2. And I'm like, no, why are you bashing me? No, how dare you, right? There's a strong possibility of an issue with accountability, okay? And if you dig deeper, it's oftentimes an issue that my father was not here. Fathers teach accountability, right? When mothers try to teach accountability, it often goes incorrectly, right? Kind of like when moms
try to teach. Why would you say
that? There are certain things why fathers are needed. There are certain things why mothers are needed. And it's not just for his beard and his muscles. Moms can teach nurturing. It's difficult for fathers to teach nurturing. It's difficult for mothers to teach being assertive. When moms teach being assertive, it comes across as being aggressive because it's not natural, right? And this is just what I have seen. I may be incorrect, but I don't think I am. Side note, Miss Speaks, I've seen you in different lives. So thank you. I enjoy you, right? But when moms have a role in the traditional family, fathers have a role in the traditional family. Each one of them are equally as important. They are not equal, but they are necessary for producing a mature adult. If the mother is not there, right? Oftentimes the child is less empathetic, right? If the mother is not there, the child oftentimes is not empathetic. If the father is not there, other things go wrong. However, in the African American community, I've seen it far too often with Miss Speaks. And forgive me, I don't know your name, so I'm just gonna call you Miss Speaks. I've seen the women in our community take over, and it creates discord. It's creating or has created so much discord. And the generation now, right, the millennials and the Gen Z, they are defining what the fuck they see. Why is it that so many black families are not whole, right? There are so many stepdads, there are so many stepmothers that are existing. Why aren't the fathers here? Okay. But for that specifically,
Right,
And this is
Chris.
going to be
Right.
controversial, but women choose the fathers. I see that women choose fathers. We have sex. Oftentimes it's consensual, right? The man and the woman, they want to do their thing. Cool. But if you continue birth, giving birth, the man has no say so, right? Legally, morally, and even physically. If the woman wants to give birth, even if it's illegal, she can find some way to not, because it's her body. She's going to choose this. Okay? So if she chooses to give birth, then she oftentimes chooses who the father is going to be. So all of every culture all around the world is populated because women choose the fathers. Controversial, I know, but it's absolutely true.
Yep.
Both want sex, okay? And if the woman is not able to choose a good leader, she is only going to pick the fruit from that poisonous tree that she chose to plant.
So she chooses the father. The father. So what about the father choosing the mother of his children?
A father chooses. A man at best can only choose to have sex with the woman. At best, the man can only choose to have sex with the woman. Now, there are consequences, right? If you have unprotected sex, everybody understands that. In the moment, both the man and the woman might have clouded judgment and they just have sex, and now a pregnancy is a result of it. However, pregnancy can occur and there's no more there's no more cloudy vision here. And as a result, the woman gets to choose. There's a time when I believe a woman gets to decide if she wants to keep this baby or not. I think every mom has that period of time. Do I really want to keep this baby? Is he gonna provide? Do I love him? Is it gonna be financially stable? All this other stuff. I feel, and I'm not a woman, so I can't say with certainty, but I feel every woman who is pregnant gets to decide in a period, do I want to make this man a father to my child?
Okay, so what about now when that choice is gone? That choice is no more. They don't have that choice anymore.
Okay, so now let's say they simply don't have that choice. If she gets pregnant, she has to bear all consequences of that pregnancy, right? Good or bad, right? That places accountability on her as well. Men already have the accountability. We do, right? If I get pregnant by you but want to ghost you, child support is coming regardless. Regardless of how I feel, right? I don't want this baby. Child support is coming. You can go to the courts and hold me accountable. That's called accountability. If I'm not there or not, right? Now maybe you want a happy family and you want me there and sing kumbaya, but simply put, if we're broken up, that's not going to happen.
Right.
I want to point out a flaw in all of this, if I could, please, really quick, right? Okay. If every black man stands up and says, look, the reason why we are where we are as a community is because we dropped the ball. If we stand up and take responsibility for why we are where we are, number one, the first question is, how do we think women will respond? Will that end the stalemate that we're in right now?
You're gonna get pissed, brother.
And secondly, my second question is, as leaders, why do we always have to be the first? As a leader, we point out who's wrong first instead of accepting who's wrong first, accepting the blame. Hey,
I would love to answer your question.
That's me. That's on me. That's my bad. Because one thing that we always fail to mention in these conversations is the women ain't just choosing the bad men for out of nowhere. Women aren't just making all these bad decisions out of nowhere. There's
Yes,
a
they
lack
are.
of fatherhood that we all had to endure, right?
Mm.
And only we are in charge of fatherhood. Only men. Women aren't have
Oh,
nothing to do with fatherhood. It's just men.
that is not true.
And that's
No.
what I'm saying. I believe it's on both parties. I believe it's on both parties. Y'all give me
Let
just a
me get
second.
with
Hey,
that.
how you doing, one Rob? How are you? You had something to add?
Oh
Oh,
man,
sorry.
peace, man.
Did you have something to add, one Rob?
Yeah, my I took my granddaughter, my daughter-in-law, in at 16 years old with my wife. We moved in together, and I took care of her. I took her to work and did everything. She got pregnant at 17, had a baby. And I'm like, well, she wants to get an abortion. I'm like, fuck, don't get an abortion. I'm like, man, come on. Like, you got pregnant, deal with it. And I love my granddaughter. I love all my granddaughters now. Still love my daughter. Yeah, it's a rough fight, guys. I've
So
been doing it
are
for
you in your
55
daughter's life?
fucking
I'm
years.
not sure where you're going. So you say she got pregnant at 17. Who got pregnant at
I
17?
was with, I met a woman after I got a divorce,
Right.
and I married her. And she had a 16-year-old daughter, and she moved in with me. And
Mm-hmm.
she got pregnant from some guy. I don't
Oh,
know who.
her daughter got pregnant at 17.
Yeah. My
Okay.
wife didn't get pregnant. Man, we were cool. We didn't have no babies. I already had a
Okay.
kid. I didn't need no more kids. And
Oh,
wow, it's just wow, you deal with all the grandkids now. It's a fucking fight, man.
mhm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay, now I'm down to deal with 3 granddaughters, and I just had one daughter, and she had one kid, and it's complicated, but it works out.
All
Right.
right, one Rob. Thank you
Okay.
for your story, but how does this
Okay.
correlate to the logic of like
Okay.
this
So
conversation?
I understand. Our kids. I
I
understand
just
what you're saying,
joined.
right?
I don't know, guys. I didn't know what
Okay.
was going on.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming in and giving us your insight on giving us your story. I appreciate that. Thank
Much
you.
love.
I
Take
got a
care.
lot of them, guys.
Uh,
They're fucked up.
He sounds just needed to talk about that.
Yeah, he need to get
yeah.
that
Yeah.
off
He
his
just needs
chest.
to get that off his chest. I understand. Okay.
I,
Mm.
can I say something, Derica? I want to also say something about women picking or women where we want to say, okay, who fault it was.
You
You
don't
know,
have hold on. You don't have enough followers to join, Antoine. I tried to see if you could come up. You don't have enough followers. It's not because we're not letting you in. You have to have a certain amount of followers to come in. So it's not that we won't let you in. It's not that. So I apologize that you feel that way, but it's not about. I'm not letting anybody that's coming down. I'm letting them up. If you can't come up, I can't let you up. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with me. Okay.
Hmm.
Go ahead, Miss Kanai.
the other side to this too, when we do talk about, how if it's the woman and she chose to sleep with a man, and isn't it the man's fault? What I have observed is that, we women, when we want what we want, we do want what we want. I've talked to 3 women on this platform, 3 women. They all had fathers, all of them, right? They all had children with these. They all got involved and had children with these men that they found. But what I want to say to that is this: when she told me she had 3, when she told me that she had a father, I asked her about the kind of relationship she had with the father. She lived with her father. Her father raised her. Her parents still together. And I said, how did you get with this person? So the person that came into her life, I guess he was abusive. So as we was going into the conversation and as we were talking, my mind went back to how did you get in a relationship with an abusive man when you have a father? I said, did you take this man to your daddy? And she got stumped. And she said,
Yep.
no. I said, well, see, that's on you. I said,
Yep.
because You have no excuse in this situation. The other girls did the same thing. They had abusive, wayward dudes, and all of them said all of them said that they had a daddy, but they knew that their dad would not do what, except they knew that this
Approve of the guy.
to be good. And a lot of women do have brothers. If they don't have a father, they have brothers. If they don't have a brother, they got uncles, or they got a pastor. They got somebody that they can go to and have this man vet these men. We don't vet good at all. We do not vet good. Vetting and vouchers should come back into our community. And that's the reason why I hold women accountable for that as well, because you can't tell me that you can't take these men to these other men that can tell you who this man is and say, you know what, daughter, that ain't him. They didn't do that. I knew my daddy wouldn't approve. I knew my uncle wouldn't approve. I knew the men in my family wouldn't like him. And then so you go over him and you have relations. Do you know how many times that happens in our community? We do not allow the men to vet these men. Even if the man don't have to have no interest in you. You can talk to somebody and you can say, you know what? I have this guy that I'm talking to. What do you think about this? I think we need to get back to vetting properly with us women, because we will date a criminal. These women are you got a show on TV right now talking about love after lockup. Love after lockup. And you mean to tell me that that's okay for you to be with some man that you know is locked up, he behind bars, and you wouldn't look them up on the site and you found him. And you go to the jailhouse, you sleeping with this man, and now you get pregnant by this man now that the baby ain't got no daddy.
Right.
How can a woman properly vet a man when she don't know a man? A lot of our women didn't have fathers. That's
right, DJ. I feel those are desperate men, but you fail to realize that the same way that there are prisons for men, there are prisons for women, and women find husbands while they're locked up too. So it's so what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying everybody has to be accountable for the choices that they make and for the people that they allow into their lives, that they allow to impregnate them, that they allow to actually be impregnated by them. So the same way the woman got pregnant, the man impregnated her. You both now have a baby. You both now have something to deal with at this point. Stop just putting it on one side.
That's not the same thing. We keep talking about us finding good men. We keep talking.
No. We're not talking about that. You talking about that. I'm talking about people being accountable for what they're doing.
I'm still
absolutely.
I'm still talking about that. It's still in the same ballpark. If we choosing each other, if we're going to talk about choosing each other and making sure that women choose correctly, why would you sit up there and go choose somebody who already behind bars? You gonna choose somebody who got 6 kids, ain't never married, none of them baby mamas. You choosing somebody face value. It is your responsibility.
It is her responsibility, and she's wrong. That she's silly for going to a penitentiary, dating somebody in the penitentiary.
But that's what's happening. Like that's real life.
I don't know why she would do that, but there are men that do it too. So the same problems go around.
Resoundingly, overwhelmingly, it's more women that are getting like in this example. It's more women who are going to jail and getting pregnant by inmates.
No, you don't, Black Widow. Stop it.
Versus the opposite.
Right.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Black women who are incarcerated get pregnant by these simp men out here who just want to be in love and all this whatever stuff, right? Horrible choice. However, if accountability is true on both sides, when something is acknowledged, do not deflect. Period. Okay. If we are talking about right now in the moment, if we're talking about how Black women choose incorrectly,
that's not what we're talking about. You deflected to even get on that topic. That's not what we were talking about.
I deflected.
She said we, and I'm letting her know it's not all women. It's not we. She's speaking for herself and the women that she may know, but I don't feel that all women are like that. And I don't feel like the same way women do those silly, stupid things, men do them too. So why is it always about making women accountable and not making men accountable?
Thank you for that. It's not always about making women accountable. It's not always about making women accountable. Absolutely not. I've seen
far too many. Stop, girl. Please stop. Please stop.
I always say don't look at the comments.
Every live I'm in, she always got something to say to me. All I'm saying is that okay, it happens. Men do it too, right? Okay. We don't have a show about men doing this. We have a show with women. Love after lockup. I've been seeing women do this for years. My sister, and when she was one, tried to do it, but my father corrected her. Had it not been my father correcting her, she probably would have kept doing it. But thank God, daddies. All I'm saying is that a woman does not know how to choose when she doesn't know a man. We have been taught that women should know how men should treat them, but we have not been taught how a woman should treat a man. And we have so many divisions and so many divisive devices that have come along and have further separated us. It's not just about, oh, we want to blame a woman. No, I'm saying that it's time for women to stop putting all the blame on men.
All the blame is not on men.
You say that, though, Erica, but it's happening.
Oh, okay.
You say that, sis. You say that. But what I see on this app, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, and it's worse on TikTok. It is the worst I don't know why God brought me to this app, sis, but the blame for men is constant. When these men start telling their story, it's constant blaming. Now, what you do, how you do that, it's like, no, the woman is actually evil. She's evil. She don't want this man to be looked at in a good way. She took his money. She took his house. She took his kids. She do that shit. She cheated on him. Women cheat more than men. You start bringing out all this stuff and women start saying, well, men do it too. Okay, we know that. But what do women do? And what is it that we have not taken accountability for? Let's start being real. Let's get the table clean here. Let's get our shit out. Let's stop acting like we don't do nothing. That's my point.
Right. But my thing is, again,
we got to confess
the same thing you're doing now. It's the same thing I was asking. Where do we go from there?
We're good liars, sweetheart. We don't tell the truth.
We're all good liars. The human race is good liars.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm
talking. All lives matter.
I'm talking.
Absolutely.
I'm talking.
All lives matter. We got that by now.
You're right, Woods. All lives do matter. And what I'm saying is, yes, women are vindictive. Women do, women do things to men, but I'm telling you, it goes around. But it's just that you're on the defense of men, and it's like, I understand that because you said we don't speak up for them. So I speak up for them.
Probably because more women are doing it than men.
Okay, wait, go ahead, Doug Hunter. Go ahead. What were you wanting to say?
But more women are doing it than men. That's where the issue lies. More women are actually doing it than men are.
Doing what?
Okay, so with you all, I'm coming in kind of late, so it sounds like you all are talking about the dynamic between men and women, men picking bad men, and things in that realm. Am I correct?
That's not where we were, but that's where we are now. And what do you mean, Rambo?
Well, that's what the young lady. No one's. You're reading the bottom part. No, what I'm saying is, when you look at our society and you look at how.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to respond to him. Go ahead.
Oh, you were reading. Okay, you were reading the bottom. No, what I'm saying is, based on our society and how we are operating right now in 2022, when you look back over the last 10 to 15, 20 years, when you're looking at how relationships are going, that's what I'm talking about. On average, it seems like the women. And from my perception, I work for the Department of Public Health.
Okay.
And I work with fathers. So I'm seeing a lot of, on both sides, I'm seeing dads not being present. And I'm also seeing moms not engaging dads. I was also a mentor in a Big Brothers Big Sister program. So I've seen a lot of young men who don't have men in their lives and a lot of young ladies who don't have men in their lives. I work in a school system where I work with a lot of foster kids and kids that are in DJJ, Department of Juvenile Justice, as well as DFACS. There are hardly any men involved. And the women that are involved are steadily doing that trend of continuing to pick these bad men and produce more children. And it's just, it's like one of the young lady was saying, it's like a cyclical cycle. It's just going to continue to go on until people start taking accountability and responsibility for their actions. So what I'm saying is I can't make a child with a woman unless she wants to sleep with me.
And
unless I
that's
choose to
and
physically
she can't
take,
make a child with you unless you
okay,
decide to
listen,
sleep with her.
but listen to what I'm saying though. The woman has the ultimate power. Women control access to sex. Unless I want to physically assault you, there's no way I can have sex. If you tell me go to the store and go get some protection, I got two choices. Either I go get the protection or I go home.
Okay.
If
And
you
I
allow me to
understand that.
smooth
But
talk you,
but I want
if
to
you
make a
allow me to
point right
smooth
here. I
talk you,
understand that, but what I'm not understanding is if you and I step into a room, when you and I step into a room, I know if we have no protection, I could possibly get pregnant. You know, if we have no protection, you could probably get me pregnant. So why are
right?
you just blaming me?
Or I'm not just blaming you, but the end result is going to be you're going to get pregnant, and 9 out of 10 times that guy is probably going to bounce.
Exactly. Okay, now take it back to that. Take it back to these guys bouncing. So take
Right.
it back to
So
that.
I'm not giving them a pass. I am not giving them a pass.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, you control sex. I don't.
No, I don't, because if I tell you I don't have any protection and I want to have sex with you with no protection, you can make the choice to say, ma'am, I'm not sleeping with you without protection. You can make you can say the same thing the woman can say.
Right. So oftentimes, remember, when our sexual energy is here,
Mm-hmm.
we both are clouded. The man and the woman, we are both clouded, and oftentimes we just have sex. Yes.
Okay.
The man is the one who penetrates, and the woman is the one who receives. But her gates must be open. She
That's
has
right.
to be the one to say yes.
That's
Okay.
right.
At the very, very bottom of the finger pointing on who's wrong or who's right, the woman is the one who has access to sex. Men have access to relationships. That's why men propose.
Yep.
And not women. It's a whole tradition.
That's
And
right.
the woman, okay, let's say the man is not worth a damn. And maybe he's not, maybe he is. She still, after sex has happened, after she has gotten pregnant, she has a period of time to decide, and I'm sure it comes up, do I want to keep this baby? Whether it's morally right or morally wrong, that's up to you to decide. But that woman all around the world has that choice. And oftentimes she decides to keep the baby regardless outside of the viewpoint of a productive adult. She's more concerned with her status, right? Her status. How will people view me if I get an abortion? Or I need for somebody to see that I'm a good mom. So she keeps the baby. And now the child's life is in misery. There's the law is involved. There's police involved, and it's all types of discord. Yes, the man is wrong, the woman is wrong, but when it comes to accountability, when somebody is acknowledging fault, right, accept it. When you start to deflect, but what if the woman, but what about the woman, but what about the man? That is deflecting. Yes,
How am I deflecting? Because when did you acknowledge fault by saying it's the woman's fault? When did you acknowledge fault for you? See, you acknowledging fault for her. What about acknowledging fault for yourself?
I literally just said.
No, I heard what you just said now, and I understand everything you're saying. I'm just saying, going back to when you said, because when you say when a person acknowledges fault, I'm speaking of when the acknowledging fault took place. Everything you just said, I agreed with. I'm talking about when you're talking about going back to acknowledging fault.
What the past, if you understand now.
What do you mean? He went back to the past. Prince. Okay, so Chef. Okay, Chef. So did you have something to add?
He just explained the whole situation just now. At the end of the day,
he explained the whole situation, but then he went
parties
back.
He
went back to something else. That see what it is people want to do that. They want to throw in their narrative to make it sound good, but then they want to throw in the little bullshit that takes you back. No, he should have left it at the narrative he was speaking on, and it was all good. But then he still wanted to throw that little bit in there, and still it took away everything that he said. You can do that. It happens. And so,
Can I ask you a
what were you
question?
trying to say,
So
Chef?
can we both? Oh, okay. Freak it.
Go
You have
ahead,
the floor,
Prince.
Chef. Chef, are you froze?
She's talking to Chef, so I don't want to
Okay, sorry.
interject. I want to be able to get my chance to talk.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody. I wanted everybody to, get their point of view across. This is a very interesting topic, so I'll let Prince finish his thought.
Go ahead, Prince.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate. I wanted to ask you a question. So dealing in relationships, are both parties responsible in that relationship?
Speaking of me, if so, I feel yes.
Yes. It's a question out there to everybody in general.
Okay.
But
Well, my answer is yes.
we can have that conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so
yes.
being that both parties are responsible, then that means each person is responsible for their part in making of that child.
Correct.
So being that that's the case, neither party is being what's the word can I say? Can claim not having any fault. So being that that's the case, both the man and the female are responsible.
Correct.
But let me not say but, because I don't want to use the word but. In any case, when you're talking about picking a mate, it's up to the individual to make or come to certain understandings of who. And at the end of the
Prince,
day,
you're coming in broken
even for myself,
and unreadable.
when I was younger. Okay, all right. Let me try to get a better. Get this. Does it sound better here?
Yeah, I can hear you
sound
now.
better here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so being that both parties are responsible, it's up to the individual to be able to understand who are they getting involved with, and that's the man and the woman. For myself, when I was younger, you know what? Yeah, I was having sex with women, but you know what? Me understanding, knowing what sex can bring, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try to see what this girl is about, or this young lady is about. If she's not about that, being able to raise a family or raise a child, I didn't waste my time. Because I understood the longer I stayed in the situation, the more probability of me having that situation that comes out of sex. And at the end of the day, I think that's something that we have to definitely understand as men and women. Because if you're going to lay down with this person, then you got to be serious, take it seriously in your mind. Yo, if I continuously deal with this person, then I could possibly have a child. And if that's the case, is this the person that I want to raise a child with and have a child with? But we're not going, 9 times out of 10, a lot of people are not going in with this type of understanding. And at the end of the day, this is what the problem comes out to be. So it's not just on the man, and it's just not on the female. It's on both parties. And at the end of the day, each individual party is responsible for that understanding on themselves.
And that's the point. Women take accountability based on what he's saying. My point is that they don't like to take accountability when they have gone that far with a man, then they turn around and say the man ain't ish. But you picked that man to lay with. Why are you calling him ain't ish? It's you that laid down with him. It's you that decided to have the child with him. It's you that stayed with him even after he cheated. It's you that stayed with him after he went upside your head. It's you. Stop saying that they ain't ish when you picked that. You already knew he wasn't ish. You knew he was a snake when you met him.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you blaming him? Why are you cussing him? Why are you saying he ain't ish? Why are you keeping his kids away from him? Why are you doing all these things to that man when your part that you played, that you won't take accountability for, that you want to abdicate or attempt to deflect your own stuff on somebody else? You don't want to do that. That's my point. I'm not saying both parties are not responsible. I'm saying women don't take accountability for their part, because I'm a woman and I'm calling out women who don't like to take accountability. They don't. I'm a woman. I gotta hold men accountable. Let Chef hold Woods accountable. Let Prince hold Chef accountable. They need to do that. What I'm saying is, like Shazar Ali said, and been saying for the past 40 years, that women have been insulated and protected from constructive criticism for their part on the destruction of the Black community. We need to stand up and take accountability. That's all my point is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
And I
Absolutely.
believe the same thing. I believe women have to take accountability. But my thing
they
is,
don't.
Right.
in like you said, let Chef hold him accountable, and you hold the women accountable. But when you're holding the women accountable, you're still praising the man. You are when
No,
you're speaking.
no, she's at no point praised the man for being irresponsible, having
Because
sex
you
with
saying
like
our
all these
brothers
different
this,
women.
you saying our brothers that, you
They
saying
are.
this and saying.
And
If you're
they
gonna talk to me about me, talk to me about me and don't even mention a brother. How about
Okay.
that? And maybe the women will take it better from you if
No,
you
I'm not
talk to
gonna
a
do that.
woman about being a
No.
woman from a woman,
No.
instead of talking to me
No.
about being a woman and how to be a woman, but yet you to giving me examples praising a man on how I should be a woman.
Okay, so in an organization, right? In any organization, who is able to hold people accountable, right? It's the leader. The leader is able to hold absolutely everybody and everything accountable. Okay. And if you are wanting a traditional household, it's the man that is able to hold everything accountable. And I know every woman on this panel does not submit to me, and I got that. Only submit to your husband, period. However, if I see your process and I'm saying, hey, women are at fault right here, in no way, shape, or form does that sentence mean I praise man for having sex with all these different women, right? But that's how it's interpreted quite often, right? If the women are choosing fathers, that's their accountability. Okay. Now, conception is different. Giving birth is a whole different story, right? And I am in no shape, way, or form saying fathers who are out ignore their children are okay. That's not the case at all. But women choose the fathers. It's women who choose the fathers, and it's a controversial topic, but it's absolutely true.
Okay. All right. So, Chef, did you have something to add? Because we keep going in circles on that. Okay, Chef, did you have something to add?
Good evening, everybody, and I hope everybody's having the day that they deserve. But you could have a whole lot of point of views and cast a whole lot of blame on this topic, but in and of itself, in the beginning of a relationship, there's a lot of unseeable, untangible things that you can't see. We're like car salesmen when we're in the beginning of a relationship. We lie to make ourselves look good. There's a whole lot of factors that weigh into how we choose men and how men choose women. But at the end of the day, being in a relationship is about communication. And that is at the forefront. If you have anything that's worth having, communication is the most important thing. You can't have it without. You can't get to love without communication. Picking an individual to sleep with is a process, and it's a process that's dying.
Okay, so right.
It's a dying art. It really is, because we are in an era of instant gratification. People don't want to wait for nothing. They really don't. They don't want to wait to be in a relationship. They don't want to be. They don't want to wait to shit. They don't even want to wait to be at a stoplight. We always want what we want when we want it. So saying that, we're going into these relationships or friendships or courtships or whatever you want to call them, with blinders on, and we don't see a lot of the things that we need to see before we get deep into a relationship. And then, you know, a year later, you got this girl pregnant, and she's not who you wanted her to be, because in the beginning she wasn't who you wanted her to be. I tell my daughters, never tell a man what you want out of them.
That's
Let
what
them
I say.
find out. Because if you tell a man what you want, they're going to portray everything that you said to them that they wanted, just so they can close escrow and get your ass fucking pregnant.
Yep.
And then next thing you know, a year later, you're sitting on the edge of the bed saying, how the fuck did I get into this relationship?
Yep.
And that is because you gave all your secrets away.
Yep.
And the accountability is it falls on all parties involved. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a situation where my daughter got into a relationship with a guy that hit her, and I did everything that I could to avoid her from being into this relationship. My daughter knew what type of man that I wanted her to be around. She was with me all of her life. She know how I treated her mother. She know what I did for the family. Why would you go do the polar opposite? What was wrong? You know what I'm saying? So she ended up getting into a bad relationship with a guy that ended up putting his hands on her. He did it once, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? But I had to sit back and say and take responsibility for the role that I played in that. Did I shelter her too much? Was I too strict? What you know? Did I let her run the streets when you know?
Jeff, can I ask you a question? This man you're talking about, did you ever meet this man? Did you ever have?
Yes, I did. Absolutely. He came over to my house. He played the game. Came in, yes sir, no sir, pulled out chairs. You know, was very kind. It was a ploy.
Okay, but did you ask him any questions? Did you probe him? Did you vet him? What did you do?
Yes, I did. I asked
Did you
him
look
all the
at his
questions.
calendar?
Listen, I asked him all the questions that I needed to ask that didn't want to see. I didn't want to seem too intrusive. And then I walked him into
come on, man. That's your daughter.
See? There it is.
That's your daughter. You're supposed to be intrusive.
Damn
Wait a minute. Hold on, though. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me explain something to you. You could be what you think you want to be in a situation like that. But if I would have told my daughter not to see him, she would have did it now behind my back. Okay? You don't want your child to rebel. Trust me on that. Okay. You do not want your child to rebel, because if you have a rebellious child, it's going to be worse. You know what I'm saying? So in and of itself,
she made her own choice at the end of the day.
She did.
How did that go with her still wanting to be, after you told her, after you did your work as a father? Because I have women on here telling me that they didn't take their men to the fathers. They knew their daddy wouldn't approve. She brought this man to you, yet. And I always say, women just want what they want. And that's why I say, take accountability. That's my point. They don't like to take accountability even after somebody told them the right thing. And you still go forward and you sleep with this man, have his babies, and then you still say they not ish, but you was told by your daddy, don't do it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what
you got to understand the way. Listen, you take a mirror and you hold it over your head and you smash it on the floor. That is a relationship right there. Those broken pieces, everybody's going to get cut picking up something. And that's all there is to it. I don't care who you are, where you're from, how educated you are, how poverty-stricken or where you was raised. Everybody that you had a relationship in your past with, you're bringing it into your next relationship. Cut and dry. And that's all there is to it.
I agree with that. Absolutely. Right. We all are bringing, quote unquote, the baggage into the new relationship. We're always healing from our prior trauma. If my daughter brought a man to me, hey, son, whoever you are, Chris, right, for example, let me see how organized you are. one of the first questions out of my mouth as the father. Let me see how organized you are. What's your plan? Okay. How are you going to lead my daughter?
That's not gonna fly. You know how you
It
learn
is.
something.
It is
Listen.
because
You know
your
how you
daughter
learn about
brought
a
the man
person.
to you so that this man can experience another masculine
Hi,
man.
Johnson.
Correction.
Hello?
Now, in that example that you said, the fault is on you. You did not vet correctly.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, that's your opinion, sir, and I
Yeah, I
respect
don't,
your opinion.
yeah,
I
I don't
respect your
know. I don't know
opinion.
if it's.
But there
Okay,
there is no right or wrong way to vet. Okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this: if you have somebody that you learn more about a person watching them without you knowing they're being watched. You hear me?
Yeah,
If somebody comes in and say, "Here, this is what I want. I want to see how organized you are about my daughter," they're going to show you exactly what they want you to see, whether
exactly.
they're genuine about it or not. Don't give the playbook to the person and then tell them what play you're going to play, because they're going to play exactly what you want them to play.
Exactly.
You tell
I'm
me that,
switching to the
yeah, you're organized. Let me see how organized you are. I'm going to show you that I'm organized, even if I'm not.
you know,
right.
Hey, so
Okay. So wait a minute, guys. So Miss Slow Raven, now go ahead. You've been waiting a while patiently. Thank you for being so patient. Go ahead and add what you were wanting to add.
Oh, no problem. I just think at the end of the day, guys, you know, we can't save each other, save our children, you know, from everybody negative. Some people are just really, really good at what they do. You know, you've got a lot of people out there that have some really pretty masks on, but after they fall off. So in my life, because I'm going to tell you right now, I had a great father. I was adopted at birth, so he wasn't my biological father, but I had a really great father. He loved my mother, respected my mother. 38 years they were together until she passed away. He did everything for her on her good days or bad days. I mean, and my love life's been a train wreck. I'm not going to lie, you know, but I take personal responsibility for that, because when I look back, this has been my life's lesson. Okay. When I look back at the people that I chose to be in my life, yeah, some of them were wearing masks, but I should have also had better discernment for myself. I don't think I thought as much of myself, definitely, as I do now, when I was young. But I was also raised in a generation where women, I don't know, we there were certain expectations on us, and you know, I wasn't as good at, say, I mean, I can cook and I can clean and all those things, but it's not my first love. You know, my children were my first love. Absolutely. They took over. But, you know, those were all things I had to learn, was, I guess, how to live up to the expectations of me as a woman. Okay. So I accept my fault in that part. I mean, I was never a cheater or anything like that. That's not my gig. You know, I'm a heterosexual monogamous person, who got into relationships with people who said they were monogamous, but at the end of the day, they weren't.
Okay,
But
Wood. Thank you for coming in. Sorry.
oh, that's okay. But that's my walk. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's my walk. And I think, you know, if when my parents would tell me that nobody was good enough for me or whatever, you know, as a young one, I dug in a little bit deeper. You know, I think I really did.
And that's what
And
Chef was saying. That's what Chef was saying. When
yeah,
they
yeah,
tell you what, like, no, that's not the one. That's not the one. Then you tend to
right.
give it. You go full force, and it's like
Absolutely.
you do it behind my back. You do it this and
Yeah.
you do it that. So yeah. So he said the same thing. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay, because I'm in love, Mom. You know, I'm in love and nothing can stop this. And, you know, we put so much
with the media, with society, with we've put so much into love. We market love, and I blame Disney. Okay. I watched way too many Disney movies when I was little where the man is always saving the woman, right? So, I want to be somebody that's saved. I want to be somebody that's, looking back on that as a mature queen, I now know my part in that. But that was my lesson. That was my lesson. From birth, I was born alone. And I'm going to die alone. I don't mean with nobody around me, but you know what I'm saying. This is my walk. Okay. So, when I hear, men do this, men do that. Yes, they absolutely do. And I hear women do this, women do that. Heck yeah, they do. And I think it's an individual thing. I don't think it's all men. I don't think it's all women. I think it's really an individual thing. And until you create in yourself that man or woman that is going to attract that man or woman that you have your expectations set for, you're not going to attract that person until you become that person in your heart that is going to attract those other kinds of people. Do you understand?
Yes, we do. Okay.
That's just my take on it. But I hear a lot of finger pointing, and there is a lot of finger pointing, and for good reason. We're all hurt. Is there anybody in this forum right now who's never been hurt by somebody they loved?
Right. And I know
Raise
I
your
have.
hand.
I know I have. Right.
Oh yeah. Me too. Me too.
Right.
So, but we've learned, and here we are, we're sitting in a forum on TikTok and we're talking about our experience. We've learned from those negative experiences. We need to thank those idiots that have also come into our lives, that we have let them into our lives. And there is just no way, no 100% way of preventing that. I feel there's no 100%, whether my dad kicks him out of my house, whether my mom disapproves, whether my best friend whispers in my ear he's no good, whether I decide, oh, okay, this person's not good for me, there has to be a reason for that. So they've already hurt me somehow, or they're already doing something, so, and I think a lot of the women, this is my take. I know I'm going back, but this is where I came into the conversation. The women that date the men in prison, I see a lot of women that are doing that really traditionally throughout their lives have not had a lot of self-esteem, have been hurt before, and those men behind those bars can be anything that woman wants him to be.
No, he can't. He's still a criminal. He in prison.
No,
he can't be
but
that.
Sure. No, absolutely, Dee. I mean, in her mind, remember, our expectations are what disappoint us. Our expectations. So sometimes our expectations are justified. Other times we may have expectations that are a little too high for any human being. But those women can make those men, just like internet, relationships on the internet. You are feeding into your own expectations, and you are making your own fantasy person out of this person behind bars, or out of this person at the other end of a chat, but you don't know them. Our whole getting to know people personally, knowing people our whole lives, that's kind of been out the window for quite a while. So we're dating our own fantasy, and sometimes we're not looking at the reality. I know I don't, or I didn't look at the reality of what people are. I always looked at their potential and what they could be. So there.
Okay. All right. Well, give me just a second. Mr. Ray Torres, go ahead. How are you?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. First and foremost, I agree with Chef, because I have a 19-year-old daughter and a 21-year-old daughter. And we as guys knew how it was to try to win over a father. Like when we were younger, she helped us. Our girlfriend helped us and told us what her father liked in ways. So she kind of coached us into what we had to say, how we had to say. You called up, how you doing, sir? Can I speak to so and so? and he'd hang up on you, and you know, and so they would actually coach you into it. When my daughter was sort of getting to that age, it was like 16. Um, I had a rule. I knew that dating was coming up. I knew it was inevitable. Uh, my rule was no man would ever could take you away from this home without me meeting them first. I am your protector. I'm your, I'm the one that's holding it down here. You cannot leave my house with another man without me knowing about it first. However, and it's not saying it bitter. This is just a fact. Her mom was perpetuated this idea of selling this guy to me. She
Hold
told
on
her
just a
mom.
second, Mr. Ray. Miss Slow Raven, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down so I can bring up the next person, okay?
Okay, not a problem.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So she told her mom first about this boy. She brought the boy to her mom first. Her mom and her both coached her, and especially her mom coached her and him how to win me over. But I worked at the time. It was before I retired as a police officer. So everything I dealt with was investigating, just putting two and two together, connecting dots, and everything. So they knew that I am going to be suspicious of everything. I'm going to run background checks. I'm going to check for warrants. I'm going to do everything. And they both sold me. So I wasn't just being sold by the kid himself coming in. I had my daughter and I had my ex-wife at the time,
Hey, cousin.
warming up. So she was in my ear. Oh, he's a good guy, all these and a lot of other mess. And I checked the kid out, to see if he had anything in his background. But they were younger. He was like 17, she was 16. So he had, you couldn't find anything on him. But eventually he wanted becoming abusive. He wanted to put in his hands on my daughter, and then it became, well, and I made it clear because I felt that feeling, because we have it. I mean, moms, one thing women have, I think, is this intuition that we don't have. I consider a secret power. You guys know when things are going down. My mother was that way with us when we were kids. But as men, we know, real recognizes real. And I'm looking at this kid, I'm going, there's something about him. I don't know what it is, but there's something about him that's just not sitting right with me.
There it
And
is.
and
There
and
it
and,
is, right there.
and I'm going, and
Yeah.
I could not put my finger on it, but I spoke to my ex-wife. I said, listen, there's just something about this kid. Let's keep him distant, keep eye on him. If they're in the house, we keep him in our view. And she was reassuring me. She was actually on his side. It didn't seem like she was as concerned. And she was like, oh no, you're reading into it. It's all that police work that you do. You're trying to investigate everybody. I'm going, no, it's just this is my daughter. I mean, if I'm gonna solve a murder case, that's one, but this is my daughter. This is more important than that. And he wanted to be getting handsy and putting his hands on her. And my ex-wife and my daughter kept it a secret. Partly because they knew that I would lose my shit. I think another part was almost to the point to say, like, Dad, my husband was right. He knew it, and he tried to step in, and I manipulated the situation in order for him to step back, because I was calling him overprotective. I was telling him that he was wrong. I brought this man into my daughter. I literally handed my daughter over to this man and didn't let her father have any part in this. So I mean, I'm glad they broke, she broke it off, but she was hurt by it. She's still, like, very weary, and that trauma is going to follow her. She was 16. She's 21 now.
Right.
I can see how she reacts around um other people. She even when she started dating, like, again, and she brought a good kid home, and he was real nice and polite, and I was skeptical. Of course, I was like, and he's the kid who's going to film school. I mean, he seems like, he's going to be an awesome kid, but I'm so paranoid over
Right.
everything, and she is so paranoid over getting hurt, that this could have been prevented if you let Dad be Dad. Just
Yep.
step away and step back. Let me do me. You know what? I'm not, and as far as Chef, why I agree with Chef is because when we are vetting that when we meet him, we're vetting him. We're also trying not to upset our daughter. At the same time, because she's there, he's there,
Hey,
and we don't
Don.
want to see, and we don't want to seem like we're putting a spotlight on him and we're interrogating him to cause this awkward situation. And our daughter's there, and we're like, okay, honey, I'm trying to I'm gonna be a nice guy. I'm not gonna hurt him. I'm not, I'm not gonna start cleaning my firearms around him like when I was a kid, the girl's fathers would do. And you're trying to keep this right balance because you don't want her resenting you. And of course, going behind your back is where things end up going wrong. But be sure that this kid that she brought home, now I took him alone. He's 21, she's 21. First thing I said is, get in the car, we're going for a ride. The kid goes, all right. I bring him over to my dojo. I run a martial arts studio. I said, can you fight? And I didn't beat him up. I just wanted to talk to him and see. I said, because I protect my daughter, I got to make sure you know how to protect her. And then I brought him out for a drink. I said, let's go over. And I don't drink, mind you. I don't drink alcohol. But we went out to the bar. And I said, hey, order something. And I wanted to see what he was gonna do. And he was, I want to get a water. I said, oh, so you don't drink? I said, come on, and I was, so it was more of trying to see where his mind was at and seeing how much bullshit he was trying to sell me, because I'm like,
Right.
listen, you're a college kid, you go to Rutgers University in New Jersey, parties at Rutgers are off the hook. He may not be a partier, but don't, I'm not naive. You're not going to tell me
Right.
that, yes.
Give me just a second, Mr. Ray. Chef, I'm gonna drop you down so I can bring up the next person, okay?
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
You guys have a good one.
I got to run out for work.
Oh, they both dropped out.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
Good
how you
afternoon.
doing? How you doing?
Hello. Hey, Evans, how you doing? Hey, hashtag, how are you?
I wish we
I'm
didn't
great. I'm
lose
great.
both of them because I kind of wanted to talk to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You want to talk to?
But
Okay, well, they can come
but
back in, but
but
let's give.
it's fine. They can listen. I got a lot to say, and they might
Okay.
not want to hear
Well, give me
face to
just a
face anyway.
moment. Go ahead, Skinny Man. Go ahead. What were you wanting to add?
I was enjoying the conversation. Like I said, I've been married for 19 years and I'm on my second marriage for 9 years. And I hear this word love going around because I think we all in the same age. We was raised different. We had solid fathers, you know what I'm saying, till the fathers now. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me? And so when I heard that word love to me is a hard surface. I learned how to be in love with my partner, in love with my new marriage now, for 9 years. So love is a hard circle. I could walk away from love. I love y'all because we having a conversation, but I'm not in love with y'all. And the people saying, yeah, I love my wife, I love this, but are you in love with your wife? It's a difference. It's more spiritual when you in love with them. And raising a girl child, like they tells me, I always tell them, you don't want a good man. You want a balanced man. It's a difference. A balanced man is different. He know how to raise a girl and know how to be disciplined at the same time, but not over disciplined. You understand? Is everybody say, I'm a good man, I'm a good this, I'm a good that. Sometimes you too good. Sometimes you are too good and people can run over your goodness. Do I make sense?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I always
You're
tell
right.
I
her,
totally agree. I totally agree.
you want a balanced man who know how to be good, but know how to put his feet down at the same time when he sees something coming wrong. Hold on, we ain't gonna do that. A daughter will look at, they love their mama, but they always look at their father. If their father showed any signs of weakness, you know how your woman do? They go for the weakness. Because that's nature for a woman to see the weakness. They could go to daddy and get away with it because, I go to my father. And you enable her to be with somebody who I could say balanced. So they're always going to look for the weakness of a man to lower that. And only way I could talk about this, and this is for men. The way I found myself, because after I got divorced, I was a dog. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I dogged a lot of households after my first marriage. I didn't care who I don't like you, I leave. But I took a 2 years off to get to know who I want to be, get to know me. I need to know. Skinny Man is a comedy name anyway, because I do shows. I want to know who I am, what I like to do. Because I'm no good to no woman if I don't know what to do. So everybody said a woman needs to submit. I got a problem with that word submit. I'm going to tell you why I have a problem with that word submit. Submit is almost like a slave word. So if you submitting to me and I'm not doing right, but you holding on because you have to submit, I could bring you to the depths of hell. You know how many ladies lost everything submitting to a man who don't even know how to balance out anything? So when it comes down to women, I love women because I learn from them. You know what I'm saying? I learn from them. So like my new marriage, we a partnership. You know, I'm the man of the house, but she's more important because she's the overseer of the house. So when she come in, she look around, making sure everything in place. She's the overseer. So when my wife say, well, babe, I went to work today and you didn't do the dishes, I'm not gonna argue, oh, you getting on my nerves. No, because I'm taking her position for being an overseer of things being straight in the house. So I like a partnership with my wife. You know, I make a decision. I had to sit down with my wife and say, yo, we'll discuss it. How you thinking that? Do you think we're making the right decision? And we'll go for it. I'm not going to make a decision because I'm the man. I'll make the decision because my decision might be wrong. I'm going to say one more thing, and this is how important it was. I wanted to buy a store. Oh, man, I have my money ready and everything. I love the store within a good location. So I got my wife, she got me mad a little bit. She looked at, oh, baby, this is beautiful. But at the same time, she was overseeing the store. She said, you know, you got a crack pipe here. You know, you got here. The money you put on here, you're going to have to spend extra money to keep it afloat for fixing the problem that I overlooked. I looked at the beauty. I didn't look at the things I need to fix. Do I make sense?
Right.
So a woman just important is a man. So a lot of my guys don't like what I say. I don't look as I'm a leader. We both lead. Because if I'm a leader, I need somebody to help me lead. I need somebody to keep me on track. You know what I'm saying? You know, I need that partnership. And so my new wife, I keep on saying no, 9 years old. We have a better relationship because you know why? I love me. And that's it. Once you love me, that love from your pores can go out into her. But men, you have to love you. You have to love you, not being selfish love. Because once a woman see you love you, you have confidence. But once a woman see you don't have confidence, it kind of is a turn off. Okay. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. I appreciate
one second. Dee, I'm going to drop down just for 1 second and come back in because I'm getting a strong echo. So I'm going to come right back, right now.
Okay.
So just give me a second.
Skinny, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down and bring up the next person. I appreciate that. That was well taken from me.
In response to Skinny Man, most of what he said made sense other than the fact that he seems to have some issue with the word submission. I guess his definition of submission is truly what he was saying, her being the slave to him, and that's not the case. But everything else he said is on point. My wife submits to me. She's vitally important, just like he described. So everything he said, and also the overseer thing doesn't make sense. You can't be the leader and have an overseer. That doesn't make sense. So that's why I think submission is properly placed as long as you put proper understanding of what your wife is. She's not your partner. However, she is vitally important in every decision that you make. That's how you put a woman in the proper context of her importance. She's not less important. She's just not the one that's going to make the very last decision if there is, you know, a meeting of minds. Sometimes you're just going to need to, not sometimes, you just need someone who thinks logically most times to make that last decision. And that's the only thing I have with him.
Are you married? Are you married?
I am married. Yes, I am. I'm absolutely married.
Do your wife clean? I'm asking the general question. Does she clean the house and make sure everything's straight for you?
Absolutely.
I'm just asking a general question.
Yes, absolutely.
Is she an overseer of the house? She making sure your house is
Okay.
straight for you, bro. So she is an
Okay.
overseer. That's what I
Okay, then
mean.
I agree with you. Okay, then I don't take exception with that any longer.
All right. I can step down. And I appreciate you, brother. Love you all. I
No
love the
problem.
conversation, and God bless.
I
All right.
appreciate you, Skinny Man. Thank you for coming in.
All right.
All right. Earlier there was this the two guys
All right,
that was on
Skinny.
the right hand side.
Give me
The
just a
two guys
sec.
on the right hand side, they seem to be completely lost as to what
Dan
a
Evans,
father
you wait your
is.
turn.
Wait a minute. Give me just a second. I'm bringing in the next person. Okay, Miss Black Betty, go ahead. You were next.
Oh yeah, you was before. I'm sorry, Betty. I'm sorry, Betty. My bad.
I'm
My
I'm
bad.
not gonna be on here too long because I
Sister
got a
Derica,
Tyler I'm chasing
Sister
around. I'm like
Derica,
closing the door
Sister
right now,
Yes,
trying to make sure
can I?
walking. All right, so
I want to,
ladies, I just
Black Betty,
want to.
Wait,
Black
wait,
Betty,
wait a minute,
before you
Black Betty.
go,
Just a second.
I just want to say thank you for letting me be on your platform. I have to go to a meeting,
Okay.
so I'm gonna dismiss myself. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. Okay, and you do
I
look beautiful
appreciate you
today,
too.
sis.
Thank you for
You look
coming in.
really
I
beautiful.
appreciate it.
Hey, Evans,
Hey, Kana, how you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm excellent. Thank you. All right, guys, bye.
All right, have a
All
good
right,
one. Okay, Miss Black Betty, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to stress to the young ladies to please, please, this is why we need to get an education. We were talking about having children out of wedlock with men that don't deserve to have children with you, or
Having
maybe you're choosing poorly.
that.
So this is why I stress to have an education. My father, and I remember this to this day, he always told me to go to college, reach for your dreams, and not be chasing after these knuckleheaded boys. And the reason why I mention this is because I see a lot of men on this app, not every man, but one of the common themes I see in this app is men shaming women for focusing on education and a career instead of looking for a husband. And one of the things that I have noticed in my life is that a lot of women who I know who are married, who are happily married, they when you wait to when you focus on your education, when you're focusing on getting your career, and then you get married after that, you have less regret in what you did with your life. You have you have less regret and feeling like you're missing something, because at that time what they're missing is a husband, and what they're missing is children, and they are more likely to find mates who are worthy of them. They are more likely to have family planning, and they're just not getting pregnant by accident. So I just wanted to I wanted to stress that, because I feel like it's important. And a lot of people who have when they get married when they're younger usually get a divorce about the time they're 30, because they're young. They did not recognize the red flags. And a lot of women who have children when they're younger, they usually are have like a type of regret when they're older of maybe they should have waited to have children. And one of the other things that I wanted to talk about lastly was accountability. Yes, she chose poorly. She was young. She did not recognize the red flags. She chose poorly. She's taken accountability in that. She shouldn't have picked that man. Now what? Because all I hear in these apps is shoulda, coulda, woulda. She shouldn't have chose that man. She shouldn't have laid down with that man. She needs, okay, now she's done that. Now what? Because now she's working on herself. And another theme that I'm hearing from this app, not from every man, but one of the other things that I'm hearing from this app is now that she has set standards, her standards are too high. Now that she has decided that she's not going to sleep with some man who's not committed to her after 3 months, oh, well, you already have kids. So now you want to be celibate? Now you want to make him wait? Like, I just like, what does she have to do now that she's trying to better herself? Now that she's trying to set like standards for herself, and now that she knows the red flags, now you guys are getting upset with her for setting standards. So I'm just like, how do we fix that? That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Thank you, Black Betty.
She said a mouthful. She said a mouthful.
She did.
This
Absolutely.
this is
Hashtag, let me
hashtag.
get in there, bro. Let me get in there, brother. I got in here before you, and that got me waiting.
Okay,
So
Go ahead.
gotta let some of this out.
hashtag.
Go ahead, bro.
We're gonna
Go ahead.
Gotta let
let
this
Evans
steam
go,
out,
and then
brother.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead,
Okay.
bro.
Black Betty. here's why you're getting mixed signals, because you're listening to different people, right? And everybody has, opinion. So of course you're going to get mixed signals. But mostly what they're telling you is regurgitated information from Kevin Samuels. That's just what's happening. He, a very articulate man who explained a lot of things that a lot of people never knew how to explain. So they just took it uncut, didn't change it, didn't quantify what he was saying and whether he was speaking from a hurt background or not, and they just regurgitated. That's what's happening. But some of it is based in truth. So you said that a woman should focus on education first. I disagree.
Yeah,
I think if you're able to do all, you gonna let me finish?
Yeah, go. I'm sorry.
What's happening is women are absolutely focusing on education, and that's not totally a bad thing. The problem is it's disingenuous to say, oh, they should just do that first. No, they're not just doing that. They're also focusing on sex. They're also focusing on partying. They're also focusing on a lot of things that can turn into a baby or trauma. And that is where the problem lies. If you're saying that they can't focus on relationships and education, how in the world are they focusing on all these kids? How in the world are they focusing on all this trauma that they're going through, parties and hot girl summers? They're doing far too much. So we can't give that pass, and then all of a sudden you got your education. You probably don't go straight from education and look for a man anyway. After that, what do? You go look for the job that you was trying to get. And now your focus is all on that. And yes, to your next point, standards become too high because, yeah, you got your master's degree, but you got two darn kids for somebody else that I have to take into consideration. That means, yes, you don't get everything that you think you would deserve, because a man on your level is not going to take you in that position. It's just, these are the facts. So what has to happen is the focus needs to be off of the hot girl summers, partying and adding bodies to your list while you're getting your education. And how about you focus on a relationship? Let's not act like they can't do both of them things at the same time, because they're certainly making babies, so they can. It's just we trying to find an excuse for them. There you go.
And
that's my point. Exactly what I'm saying. So you're a perfect example of what I'm saying. Their focus needs to be proper. You're focusing on hot girl summers, and then you just say, "Oh, we can't do both." I'm sorry. Say it again.
I didn't focus on having a husband in college. I met my husband in college, and a lot of women who are older and they have established careers, you know, where they meet their husbands at their jobs, at conferences, at things like they're just not meeting Pookie on the street, like they're meeting them in places where they can excel. So that's what I'm saying.
Sounds like a lot of wishful thinking. Sounds like a lot of wishful thinking
because I'm a registered nurse, and a lot of the women in my career, they're working part-time, they're working per diem because they found their husbands, they got the year or two they needed in their career, and a lot of their husbands are making good money. They're like corporate lawyers and stuff, and they're only working 1 or 2 days a month while their husbands are at home taking care of the bills. So I'm saying it can work.
You're giving us the outliers because
it's not outliers. You are talking about women who are doing, like, you always want to talk about the good men, but then you want to talk about the bad woman. But you never want to mention the women who are actually doing right, that aren't partying, that aren't having children out of wedlock and stuff like that, and just want to find a good man, but can't find a good man because y'all mad because she got 2 degrees and higher paying job than you.
See, what you're not getting is I'm responding to what you said. You said men on their level, right? So to get to that level, they have to reach that education. You want a man on your level, you got to do what Black Betty did. Get him while you're in college. Because by the time you get out and you're ready to go into a relationship, those guys that are on your level have already found theirs. Doesn't that make sense or no?
That makes sense.
Well,
I'm going to drop down because
just so that
I can't stay on here too long. I got a toddler, but thank you so much. I'm still going to be listening to you, Evans, in the comments, though. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Black Betty.
Same here. Same here.
Hashtag.
Thank you. I'm only hurrying because I have to rush into an appointment myself. I just want to get this little bit out. So the parts that I wanted to comment on, or just give a little tidbit on. was first I wanted to comment on the duality or the dichotomy that men and women have to create when they're seeking education, which is also a great part of learning yourself, because how many of us build our character through the adversities of education? And secondly, I wanted to just make the point that that is, in most cases, where we're going to be the most content, and we're going to be our truest self, because we're in a seeking mode, and everything is in a seeking mode. We're in a seeking mode of education. We're in a seeking mode of self. We're potentially in a seeking mode of a spouse or whatever, and all those things are good. So I think those are definitely the good breeding grounds for us to find the best suited mate. So whatever it is, like your level, whether it either be mentally, educationally, financially, I think those are good places to do that. The next thing I wanted to comment on really fast was the idea of fatherhood. When it comes to men who are doing that part of being a father, being there as much as they can, whether they're in the home or out of the home, what men want to do is create a bubble of respect around their children, especially their daughters. The idea of creating that bubble of respect is going to come with a little bit of interrogation from whomever is trying to court their daughters or whatever. You want to make sure that this person not only has good intention, but that this person is suited enough to not waste your daughter's time. And like what the one gentleman said about taking the guy to the bar or taking the guy to his dojo, I do a lot of the same things. My daughter, she was 17 years old, and there was a guy who was interested in her, and I went to go meet them. I was really, not trying to be intimidating to the guy, but I did want him to know, because it's very important that young ladies let men on any level know that there are other men around that create a consequence for them if certain levels of respect occur. It's very important that women do
Very
that,
good.
whether it be your brother, your uncle, your father, your granddad, whoever. It's very important that you let men know that there's a consequence for certain actions, because it not only safeguards you in this world, but it creates a bubble of respect to where that man is now considering, if he has bad intentions, he has to plan a little bit harder, and he has to plan his getaway a little bit better. You know what I mean? So
Right.
with my daughter, for example, one of the things that I did, and it was probably not the best decision, but the way that I handled it was I wanted to let that kid know that although although you barely see her dad, because I work 70 to sometimes 80 hours a week, although you barely see me, she sees me and she knows I'm a present. So maybe it's time that you know. So at this particular Christmas dinner that his family was having, after the dinner, I shook his hand, I met his family, the whole 9 yards. I said to him, I said, hey, I like you as long as my daughter likes you. You seem to be a young, an upstanding young man. And then I took my taser out of my pocket in the middle of his family living room and said, but if it gets out of hand, and I turned it on, and a real taser has a real sound when you turn it on. And his whole family jumped. And I said, I'm just letting everyone know. I'm letting all of you know that I love my daughter this much. And I respect everyone here, but this is my baby. And if there's ever any problems, I want everybody to see me, And that kind of authority asserted, my daughter was embarrassed. She was. But that kind of authority asserted is very important in a young girl's life, whether she acknowledges it or not. It's very important for a mother to be open to that kind of authority and protection of her daughter, because because men don't want their daughters to just be placed in the hands of anybody. All kinds of weird things are happening out here. People are trafficking, all types of weird stuff. And so as we safeguard our daughters, and even for the mothers who are safeguarding their sons, and I really hope that more women are safeguarding their sons, because that's not talked about. Women should not allow just any girl to come over their house and be with their son. They should
Right.
safeguard that girl and figure, because women are manipulating young men just as much as men are manipulating young women.
True.
So the game is, it's a two-way street. So as we as parents safeguard our children, it's very important that we put those things in place to where there's a bubble of respect around them. And it also, they may not like it, but it's for their own good. And it may, in some senses, sort of like create some apprehension in our relationships. But remember, you are not your child's friend. You can be friendly, but you are not your child's friend.
Exactly.
Interject something. I haven't had a chance to
But
speak yet,
I mean,
to kind of piggyback off of what you're saying. So the thing that I would like, and I am married and I have a daughter and a son. The thing I want to interject that what's extremely important is parenting our children properly at an early age. My children are fairly young. They're not in the teenage years. They're not in the preteen years yet. And I'm teaching them now how to deal with people, how to handle people, what red flags to look out for. And I even sometimes give them examples and in my own personal life and experiences on what to watch out for. The other thing that I want to say is that if you're waiting until your child is 16, 17, or 18 years old to teach them something, I can tell you right now, by that point in time, it's probably too late. It should have been taught most likely when they were, I would say, in elementary school or they were in their early middle school years. If you don't get to your child early on to teach them important things on how to deal with people and basic boundaries, they're going to have a lot of trouble when they get into their teen years and their adult years. And I'm not saying that all the time when you teach your child properly at an early age that it works out always, because sometimes a child will stray. But a lot of times if you teach them right when they're really, really young and you keep teaching it and you keep reinforcing it, the chances of you having those issues, from what I have seen, go down tremendously. And I would also like to interject something else. When it comes to education, the thing about, I don't know if you guys ever seen a movie or heard about a movie called Mona Lisa Smile, but essentially what an education can do, if you go to school, you get your education, especially if you go into a male dominated field, you're more likely to get around men and who are in a higher tax bracket and have a chance of finding a husband. I'm not saying you can't be in a lower tax bracket and find a husband that makes good money, but it's just when you get yourself a career and you start making money and you can move yourself into better places on your own, I would say, even for me, it has been easier since getting my computer science degree, of coming in contact with men who make a certain amount of income. So I personally do believe women should get their education, not only for themselves as a good foundation, just in case something happens to their husband, but I also feel like they should do it because if you want a husband that's making a certain amount of income, it's a little bit easier when you can afford to get yourself into certain spaces. Now, the last thing that I'm going to say, well, two other things I want to say. I heard submission being brought up. I was raised Southern Black Baptist Christian. And the thing that I know is that it's written for Christianity for submission. It's in the book. It says that we're supposed to submit. So a lot of times the question that pops in my mind is, the men that talk about submission, are they Christians? And if they're not Christians, where do they get the topic of submission? Because if you believe in submission and it comes from Christianity, then I would also believe that you believe that in the Bible that people are supposed to take care of the poor, the fatherless, the widows, per the Bible. But that's just another thing that I wanted to interject. And I feel like when I hear a man say he doesn't want to deal with or be around or be a part of a woman who has kids already, it's just like, okay, you believe in submission, so I'm just going to assume that possibly you are a Christian. So I do feel like there is some obligation now, and everybody's not going to agree with me, but I do feel like there's some obligation to that extent, even if you don't marry that woman. But the other thing is that I also saw women in the comments making, I guess, generalizations about women and accountability. I just want to remind every single woman that if you make a generalized statement about women and you are a woman, you're not the exception to the rule. We're all women. So that falls under the umbrella for a lot of us. and I want, and under the accountability aspect, I understand that, you know, if somebody abuses you, that is not your fault. But what you do after they abuse you, then at that point, you do need to take some accountability. But I want to interject that I'm going to use this as an example. There's a young lady up here on TikTok. She was abused in every single way you can imagine by her stepfather, and she did not know what was happening to her was wrong until she got her first boyfriend at 19 years old. And her first boyfriend was like, "What in the world?" And they were able to get her stepfather imprisoned. So a lot of the behaviors that you see for these younger women who are getting in these situations, a lot of them, that's all they've seen, and to them that's normal. And even for me, when I was younger, I would see certain things, think it was normal, until I got around other people who were doing different things and found out, okay, these things aren't normal, let me do something different. So when you're coming from the community that we come from, a lot of us see certain things and we think it's normal until we get out and see something different, or until someone else comes and say, hey, that is not normal. And there was something else that I was gonna say, but it came in my mind and then it just left me. But I feel like we just need to extend a little bit more. The other thing that I wanted to say, when you were mentioning like hot girl summer and women twerking and this, that, and the third, um, it's a I think those are the women that are the young ladies that are put in the forefront in the media. And we do see them a lot. They're the loudest, they're the most flamboyant, so everybody sees them. That's what we kind of focus on. But when I was in school and I was coming up, I was a nerd. Okay, me and my friends were all nerds. We went to our prom together because no guy asked us out, and we women who are like that, we do exist. I was going to the technical school while I was in high school with the other girls who were just black girls just like me, going for technology. And the thing about it is that you also have to look at the age bracket. It's like you're not going to really see a woman who's 30, 40, 50 years old out there twerking in a hot girl summer. It's typically the younger girls who are doing that. And the way I see it is, you know, just let them have fun. Let them do what they want to do. They're young. They just turned 18. They're trying to explore, you know, a lot of stuff they weren't allowed to do. You know, they're adults now. Just let them live their lives. And I don't feel like that should be the main focus, because we are not a monolith as Black women. We are, or women in general, we're not a monolith. We're broad. We're broad. So, and as well, I just want to let you guys know that women like me in high school who, you know, didn't have a boyfriend, didn't get asked out to prom or anything like that, a lot of us do exist. Just so you're aware. Hot girls, summer girls are not the cookie cutter for every single girl. They're not, I don't even think they're the majority. I think they're a certain percentage, but I don't think they're the majority. So just also keep that in mind. And that's all I
And
have to
they're
say.
not. Yeah, and they're not the
Right.
majority.
And that
And
goes
that's
for the
what we
men as
need to
well.
remember. They're not the
I
majority.
just want
Like
to
you
say,
say,
That
there
goes for
are
the
a
men
lot
as
of
well.
nerds out there. There are a lot of women out there and young girls out there that are go to college. They're going to tutoring classes. They having jobs. They're doing theater. They're doing all kinds of things. It's not always about a hot girl summer, but the thing is, they tend to focus and remember those, and they try to make that the majority,
Well,
which is
if
not.
we want to be honest about it, that's how women frame it as well. They speak of Pookies and Ray Rays and act like the guys that actually care and went to school don't exist. It's the same thing. Whenever somebody's making a point, they make the point based on the worst of them. That's just how it is. So there's no need for us to look as if this isn't the normal way of debate. That's debate. You find the worst of them, and that's the one you color the entire group with. But we all are intelligent enough to know, no, we're not all Pookie and Ray Rays, and y'all not all Hot Girl Summer. But when somebody comes and say, "Oh no, let the girls go to college and just enjoy their time," no, if you're focusing on enjoyment to be those hot girl summers and getting pregnant before you get out of college, or just having random sex with people and getting pregnant, it is going to bring down the value to the guys that's supposed to be on your level, because you're going to look at your level, and if you have your bachelor's, you want a man with a bachelor's. Well, that man can find a woman without children. So you have to understand that the man should be looking for something on his standards. And guess what? Once you start having children, and I have to deal with something new, there's something new I have to consider, your value has plummeted. Period.
I would just like to
Oh,
interject one
okay,
thing to
okay. Well,
rebuttal.
oh, he got off. I was about to tell Mr. Air Force to speak.
Can
We're
I
not
can I
about to get
rebuttal
on the
to
subject
Evans real
because
quick?
it's going to be a whole nother subject of finding women with no kids. Should we date a woman with no kids? It's going to be something totally different. So we're not even about to go there. Okay, so Air Force dropped out. So next was Pandora. Pandora, you have something to add?
Yeah, y'all all crazy. Y'all all- the funny thing is, I like the I didn't grow up in a family.
Hold on, you're kind of breaking up a little bit, Pandora.
Also, hold on,
Okay, so next we have, is that Vanilla?
So, yes, it's vanilla. I basically kind of wanted to
Hi,
follow
Vanilla.
up with, hi, how y'all doing? So I want to follow up with, I guess I want to touch a basis on a few things because for one, I grew up in the hood, you know what I'm saying? And, like Sage Green was talking when she said that sometimes it's where you're raised up at, the environment that you're raised up in. Like me as a woman, I am a single mom now. I was married for 10 years. But even just getting back out here into these dating world, it's hard out here, you know what I'm saying? And it's not too many, I ain't gonna say it like this, but it's more toxic men than it is good men out here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there are a lot of good men out here, but there's more toxic ones if we can really be honest. And then we're getting to a point in our life now where a lot of women are becoming toxic as well because of the lifestyle or the type of people that they have dated over the years. And it even go back into, when our parents was coming up and their husbands was cheating on them, having, multiple children from other women and so on and so forth. And, it affects our lifestyle now. And I don't know, I just feel like it goes deeper than just the woman and man situation. Like we need to go as far as like he was saying earlier, talking to our children, talking to our young females and our young men and letting them know what is appropriate and what's not appropriate. Because like me growing up in the hood, I can remember days where I used to go to the after school program and literally boys would hit my butt every single day after school. You know what I'm saying? I went through that all throughout my childhood. And, even me now as an adult, it affects me to some type of degree because nothing was done with that inappropriate behavior. And I remember not too long ago, I ran into one of the guys that did that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And he jokingly, he was like, "Do you remember me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I remember you. You used to touch my butt every single day after school, even when I told you not to." And there was incidents when I brought in the police, but nothing was done. So there's a lot of things that
I
affects us
confronted the
as
guy that did it to
women.
me too. He never apologized. I'm saying I had an
Exactly.
opportunity
So
to confront the guy back in high school who smacked me on my butt, and he knew it was wrong, but he just refused to apologize to me for it. Like he just made excuses. Oh, I was a teenager, and yeah, that sounded like me. And then I was
Phone
just like,
breaking up.
well, how would you like it if I had my son go and assault or smack your daughter on her butt? Then what? Are you going to be ready to hurt my son even though you did it to me and you never apologized? Like, I'm sorry, it gets me
right.
emotional.
You're good because it really totally got me emotional. And like he did not apologize, but at the same time, like I said, it goes back to our childhoods, the type of environment that we are being raised in, and even those educated men and women that get educated, there's a lot of women out here in these communities, and as us being black women and men, we should go back and give to them and let them know that that's not the appropriate way to be. It's not appropriate for a man to put his hands on a woman. It's not appropriate for you to disrespect the
I
woman.
think
And
that's
it's
being
not
addressed. You
appropriate.
don't think that You don't think that's being addressed right now in this culture that we have in 2022? You don't think men know to keep their hands to themselves now? I don't think that's something we need to go back. Men are
I
being
mean,
hung,
they don't know.
But
I mean,
hung
let
this
me
for
is
just
the
well,
for
hold on,
situation.
just
guys. Hold on, guys.
approaching a woman nowadays is dangerous.
Hold on, guys. I
Just
need to
Yeah, I
ask
mean,
approaching
it's
them.
a
being
question for
addressed to a certain
everybody.
degree.
Oh, it's
Dangerous for us
addressed.
women when y'all
Wait a
It
push
minute.
your
Hold on,
chest.
it
Vanilla.
really is
Everybody,
though. I
is
mean,
there a way for
he's
me as a host to mute? Because I am in the car and I don't want it to keep in. How do I mute, Evans? How do I
Oh, you
mute?
can't mute yourself. You can't mute
Okay, that's
yourself.
what I
No.
was saying. Okay, yeah, okay. Because if it's
Okay,
just
I
too
mean, I do
unbearable, y'all
believe.
just let me know and I'll just have to end it and have to come
and
back later.
Uh, okay, I do believe that it is being addressed, but I believe at the same time it needs to be addressed in our Black community by us showing, these women and black men the appropriate way to be, those who get educated, because we are helpers of one another. You know what I'm saying? So it's our job to give back to our community and teach them the way that they should go. When you gain that wisdom, you give it back, and then I feel like relationships will improve with men and women if we learn how to basically
Treat
I
one
mean,
another. Yes.
the knowledge that we
Totally agree.
receive, if the knowledge that we receive, if we give it back to our Black communities, then it can help our young women that's growing up, our young men that's growing up, because these are situations that they need to be heard, and I feel like, so much we're focusing on educated people. I mean, I understand that, we're focusing on educated people, but it goes deeper than that. Sometimes you got to go back and help those that are not educated so they will become educated and know what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. You know what I'm saying? And to touch on what my girl was saying
I agree with what you're
um
saying.
about was husbands expecting wives to submit to them, but it also says, husband, love your wife as Christ loved the church. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give them that love. And Christ loved the church so much that he gave his life for them. So sometimes you got to give yourself up and, give respect to your woman. Don't cheat on your woman. You know what I'm saying? Love your woman. Don't be jealous of your woman. Accept her for who she is, and then it'll be a mutual thing. But sometimes we get so caught up on the submitting thing, but at the same time the man is not doing what he's supposed to do as a wife and giving that woman the love that she deserves.
I can agree with that. One thing I'll say, and I'll make a few comments on what you said. What we're facing right now is not it's not necessarily addressing the issues, but addressing the duality and the double standards in the entire issues. The same way that uh, the same way that objectification exists, emasculation exists. The same way that people subscribe to the idea of she should just submit. Many people subscribe to being domineering or dominant and things like that. And so, what I'll say is this, right? Um, just like, just like back in the day, guys with young boys that didn't know any better or weren't taught any better would hit a little girl on the butt. Nowadays, you have women practicing, uh, young ladies practicing emasculation, and they're practicing feminine assertion. Like, I don't subscribe to the idea of a woman being masculine because that doesn't exist in my universe. Either a woman is soft feminine or she's assertive feminine. A woman is never masculine in my presence. But when men feel like, when uneducated men, when young men, when inexperienced young men, when they experience a woman being very assertive to them, it can easily uh, escalate to the point of where they see it as masculinity, and masculinity has a consequence, and most of those
Sorry, I
consequences
have
are
to say
dire,
something real
where
quick.
there's either yes.
To say something. The environment that I was in growing up with a lot of boys, these boys were not like chivalrous boys who treat women with great respect, especially if you grew up in the hood. If you grew up in the hood, it's not possible feel when you have guys like touching on you and calling you out your name and you did absolutely nothing to them except sit quiet? It's just that the guy, it goes both ways, is what I'm
What I'm
saying.
saying,
So I don't
yeah,
understand.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it does go both ways. Like once upon a time, we were dealing with immature boys that were hitting girls on the butt. Now in this generation, what I see the youth dealing with is they're dealing with us with what they consider to be masculine women, but what I consider to be assertive femininity. And these women are asserting themselves on young boys and aggressing young boys. And so what's happening is that in this search for equality amongst men and women, a lot of inexperienced young men are confusing their their counterparts assertive, progressive natures as masculinity, and masculinity has a consequence. Many times when masculinity is faced with masculinity, you're gonna have some conflict, and most of those conflicts are gonna result in physicalities, like things like assaults and
One thing
things of
I'm
that
gonna
sort.
say is that if I'm understanding
Mm.
what you're saying correctly, the problem is that how these guys approach women, or these young men approach young ladies. If another male approached them and did the exact same thing, they would be ready to tussle. So they know what they're doing a lot of times,
Exactly,
because if
exactly.
someone did
I'm
that to
breaking up really
them,
bad.
they would not allow it.
It's getting bad, Evans.
Exactly. Yeah. That's pretty much what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that as we're addressing the the once very rampant all over the place objectification of young ladies in schools and everywhere else, even in work environments, we've seen with the Clarence Thomas situation. As we're addressing that, we also have to address what is very present that we don't talk about, and that's the perpetual emasculation of young men and the perpetual misunderstandings of feminine assertiveness as a masculine aggressiveness to young men. This is why young men, the average man between the ages of 15 and 25, already has a domestic dispute or an assault to a woman or to a young lady by the time he's 25, and he didn't even understand how to handle that any other way, because it was brought to him in a very, what he presumed to be, a masculine way. So like you were saying, educating our kids, educating the young men to troubleshoot, educating the young ladies to troubleshoot, educating both of them in effective communication, if you ask me, is the most important thing. Like, I teach my kids personally how to communicate effectively, and just as a bullet point of communicating
Erica.
effectively, first we have to understand
Erica.
what communication is.
Can I
Communication
say
is when
something?
something is transmitted. One second, I'm sorry. Communication is when it gets transmitted, and then the person receives it, and then they show you that they understand. They don't have to be in agreement, but they show you that they understand, and then they repeat whatever request is being asked of them, or tell you what they think is being asked of them. You clear it up, and then they decide whether or not they're going to fulfill your request or not. What happens, the part that we don't talk about in the middle of it, is validity instead of judgment, or congratulating that person for actually being courageous enough or vulnerable enough to express their discontent in you. And this is what happens with young men. Young men are emasculated oftentimes for being vulnerably courageous when they're expressing their discontent with young ladies, and how they're being approached, how they're being talked to, how they're being aggressed, how they're being treated, period. And then all of a sudden, they're emasculated, and no one stands up for young men. It's not very safe out here for young men. Young men oftentimes have to create what's called it's almost the same thing as the soldiers do in war. What that's called is emotional reservation. Men cry in showers. Men go places and hide their faces. Men walk away when tears fall, because there is no safe space unless he learns to not only disclaim his emotions, but he has to like, young men have to learn to create their own safe spaces of emotional expression, and not wait for women to create those spaces. So as men, I think it's very important, and even as parents, it's very important for us to teach young men, for us to teach young men to create their own safe spaces instead of depending or holding women accountable for creating their safe spaces. When men start to create their own safe spaces in expression, they not only increase their self-esteem, they not only increase their courage in expressing themselves and their openness with potentially their future spouses. But what happens is, what we're doing is we're creating a more communicative environment where love can actually be fostered, where understanding can actually be fostered, where empathy can be fostered, and the last but not least thing, humanity and respect for one another can be. This is what we need to be at.
Can I just, can you hear me?
Let's see. Melanie?
Yes.
Okay, were you wanting to respond to him?
Yes. I just wanted to say a few things. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say we have a lot of these types of conversations within our community. When I say our community, I mean Black people, melanated people. We have a lot of these types of conversations within our community quite often, and lately even more so than ever. So we're like in the midst of a gender war, and we got a lot going on as a people. And I agree with what the brother said. It's good to, teach the kids and men, teaching men and leading men. But at some point, we got to realize we need a little bit more than that. We should be creating our own culture. This gender war and stuff what's going on right now in our community is really by design. Even the algorithms of the social media sites that we sit on and have these debates and conversations work in favor of pushing these types of conversations. And at some point, we need to realize we need to more than just teach ourselves and educate ourselves, but we need to take control of our culture and ourselves as a people and govern ourselves and feed ourselves and create our own opportunity and create our own images and control our own media and have even our own social media. And so we can filter in a lot of these things that are being placed in our communities to infiltrate us and keep us, arguing and separated. As long as we live underneath a dominant culture and we're just trying to, fix ourselves individually, we're going to always see these problems. We're going to always have these issues. And I'm just wondering at one point, like, when do we come together? When do we start creating solutions,
Well, if I could answer that question, it all starts first with the creation of family and legacy. I say family separate from legacy because family nowadays, as we move into all of these alphabets and as we move into all of these different descriptions of what family is, has a little bit different of a description than it once did. So as we move into legacy, what legacy does for us is it creates a standard of not only communication, but it creates a standard of interaction with one another. When I go to my buddy's neighborhood in Chicago, which is a predominantly Italian neighborhood, if a kid does something in that neighborhood, that kid is shunned. If that kid does something and he messes up the local pizzeria windows or something stupid, they ostracize these kids. When I go to my buddy's Jewish neighborhood in Manhattan, and I'm in that neighborhood, if kids don't greet the elders and treat each other and treat grandmothers and grandfathers greet them in a respectful manner, those kids are treated differently. They don't even acknowledge some of these kids. So we can't be afraid to push. We can't be afraid to. Everybody ain't coming. We can't be afraid to lose people.
Everybody doesn't have to come. But
Yeah.
describe those people, that's community. You know, and yes, we're supposed to build and teach these things to our kids and stuff, but we can't do this. We're not going to do anything collectively doing things individually. If you get what I'm saying. Like, you can push all the most wonderful things in your household, but there's a neighbor down the street that's not. And your kids got to live in the same neighborhood with those people's kids. So it comes down to us coming together in some kind of way and establishing something for ourselves and kind of driving the culture for our youth. You know, we can have our own social media. We sit on these other social media platforms, and anytime we post something positive about Black people, you can barely post it. It gets reported or taken down. We have a hard time spreading truth about ourselves. Then we should be creating our own social media platform. And it's so doable. It's so doable. I've actually done it. But it didn't go anywhere, unfortunately, because the people didn't support. But it's so doable. We can have our own social media websites. We can have our own farms and gardens, and we can feed our own people. We can put together programs to help single mothers, so we don't have to worry about, you know, the repercussions and things that came with Black women going on their welfare system. There's a lot we can actually do. It's time to start talking about those solutions.
I say it all the time. I'm like Coach Cora, but you know, we have the resolution and we talk about it. But the thing is, we have to initiate it. We talk about it, and then the minute we start talking about a resolution, then we're back to fighting and pointing fingers. When is that going to be dropped? In order to do that, in order to create our own society, we have to be together first. We can't create.
I'm looking for people who want to initiate things. I'm looking for people who are ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Can I interject?
You got one here. You got one here.
I was listening in the chat, and I noticed that you guys were talking a lot about the younger generation, but there was no one a part of the younger generation in the panel, so that's why I joined. And I'm not sure who said this. I think this was hashtag saying how in like the younger generation it's less of a problem that women are objectified, and I actually really disagree. I think it's more rampant than usual, in part because of the access to pornography corn that we're seeing being accessible.
What I was basically alluding to was that the thing is like literally the young generation has gotten on this trip where it's like, we can't beat them, let's join them. And they're beginning to objectify themselves just as much as they're being objectified. So now, because they're not combating the problem, they're joining the problem, it's less of a problem. Does that make sense?
I definitely agree with you, yes. And I'm a part of the generation, so I can see it in a way that you guys can't. You guys kind of see it from an observing point of view, whereas I see it in kind of an experience, and I definitely agree.
Okay.
Once upon a time, it was a really big issue for any man to do anything unseeming to a young lady. And now the culture is pushing the agenda of, if he does not aggress, then he's not the guy. If he does not put on a facade and pretend to be something that he's not, then he's not the guy. But if you trek things back 20 or 30 years, the objective of dating, for example, was for a man to present a sample of the consistency he could provide for a woman if she chose him. Now things have moved into a facade place where it's not about impressing upon the woman, it is about impressing the woman. And women have the overwhelming consensus of women. This is what they have been looking at. The difference between impressing upon someone and impressing someone is, when you impress someone, you want them to think higher of you. When you impress upon someone, you want them to receive your character as it is.
Phone, Melanie, mute. Okay, that's his phone. Okay, so that's your background hashtag. Okay, go ahead.
It could have been not. I don't know. But were you able to hear me?
Yeah, but someone has some ringing going on in the background.
Oh yeah. I was literally in. I walked through an office. So
Oh, okay.
so so just to kind of retort, or reiterate, once upon a time, dating, and this is why dating has gotten so terrible for everyone, for not only for men but for women especially, is because once upon a time, dating was a man taking a woman out for a sample of what he could provide for her consistently. He wanted to impress upon her, and then somewhere along the lines, because of just all sorts of things, music, because of culture, because of whatever, somehow it warped into this thing to where let me impress her. I mean, that always existed, but now it's more present. Let me impress her. And the distinction between impressing someone and impressing upon someone is impressing someone is wanting someone to think higher of them. Impressing upon someone is wanting someone to see the quality in your character or see the
Mm-hmm.
quality in what you bring. And this is what's happened. And so more ladies have allowed themselves to lean into the area of cash over character instead of, just like men have allowed themselves to lean into curves over character. They're falling for the pretty faces and all the aesthetics instead of the character of a woman. I mean, I was having this conversation the other day when I was out with my friends, and it was someone's birthday, and of course we went out to the typical misogynistic place of strip club, right? The objectification place. It was my buddy's choice. So I'm there, I'm chilling. Everybody's throwing dollars at the girls, but the minute we go to a restaurant, they don't want to tip high the waitress. Now the waitress is bringing us sustenance. She's bringing us something of value. The girl that was just at the place that we just left, all she did was wiggle a little bit in front of you, half naked. Which one do you value more? And
That's a
and, and
good
it was,
observation.
yeah, like so it's like hold on, men have to up their standards, and like I don't know. For me, being a man, I can't speak about a lot of woman issues. I can listen to women and I can sympathize, but because I'm not a woman, I cannot empathize or truly understand what women go through. I just listen and I go, okay, I try to make some kind of relative point to it. But when I'm talking to men, I tell men to work the problem backwards. Because if we claim that we want to be the leaders of homes, the fathers of children's, the main person who is the last decision maker, shouldn't we be more investigative about where we put our seed? Shouldn't we be more investigative about where we put things and where we like the kind of women we want in our life? I think it's more of a man's responsibility to look into that woman more. It kind of irritates me when I see men just choosing any kind of woman or falling to the wayside. This is why when I'm talking to my women friends, I ask them about their sons and I ask them about the standards that they present in front of their sons. So their sons have a higher calling and a higher, ideology of what a woman should be.
Right. That's good. I like that. You said what you said made a lot of sense,
I'm
But
telling you, that
but
made a
they're
whole
all
lot of
not
sense.
saying, but guess what? You'll be the one that they want to call a simp. Oh, he's a simp. Where did that even come from? But that's what they'll say. They'll call you a simp.
Exactly.
Hey, hashtag Diggs, that impression impressed. I'm still in that.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
running with, I love that so much.
Right.
You know what? I feel like men need people like you. You know what I'm saying? They need people
Mm-hmm.
that's going to basically hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying? For the choices that they make, even with women, disrespecting women. They need men like you to speak to them and tell them, this is not the way it should be. You should respect women. Me as a woman, I desire a man that I could submit to. That's what I desire. People be thinking that women don't want the old school men. Yeah, we want
Exactly.
somebody that we're going to
Exactly.
be able to submit to. We want somebody that is going to lead us
Exactly.
in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
Exactly.
it's when we don't get nobody that's, leadership quality, then we cannot follow them. We need somebody that's going to
But
show us the right direction, that's going
if
to lead the household. I mean,
If I
that's
could
how
say
I
one
feel
thing,
about
if
it
I could
when it
say,
comes to. Hey, coach.
if I could say one line here, if I could say one line here, and I thank my granddad for this. Okay, married for 52 years. I thank my grandfather for this. Right? Um, he told me that he said if you have to say it, if you have to like say something the first time like you mean it and be firm. If you have to say it twice, it's because you want to be clear. If you need to say it a third time, now you're trying to convince yourself. And when I hear men out here saying to women, submit, 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 that is the wrong attitude. Submission is never requested. Submission is offered.
Mhm.
I'm going to say that again. Submission is never requested. Submission is offered. It is respect that is earned and submission that is offered. When a man,
Correct.
if a woman doesn't submit to you and you are doing your best as a man to be a man, after a certain time, you just let her go. You just let her go. And men have an issue. Like the hardest thing, like a lot of women don't understand this, but the hardest thing for a man to do is to change his mind. Once a man's mind is made up, the hardest thing for him to do is to change his mind. This is why it's because most men, when they go into love, for example, they're not only interested, but they're invested and they're involved. Okay, so those three things are like the rope that keeps men grounded in situations. A man will cheat before he leaves a marriage simply because that man is so intertwined in it that he sees cheating as and this might sound crazy because I've talked to so many men. A man will see cheating as mercy to a woman instead of leaving. And it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Men have to be okay with taking breaks too. Men have
Right.
a relationship. I've talked about it. I've presented this. I've done this. I've whatever. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of men, because they don't know or they've been suppressed so long, they have issues with being courageous. If a woman is not pleasing you, if a woman is not nice, if a woman is not kind, if a woman is not listening, let that woman go. Take a break. Tell her how you feel. Write it down. However you want to do it, and do what you got to do. Like step to the side and let that woman do. If she can't see your value in your absence, then you weren't present. You weren't present with her. You know, and it's okay. It's okay to let a woman go. It's okay to accept that. Hey, you know what? I was being my best and it wasn't received. It's okay, guys. It's cool. Like you ain't gotta force, like we don't have to force women to be with us. We don't have to force women to love us. Love is an environment. It's literally an environment. It's like having fish. If you don't have water in the tank, the fish can't exist. If you don't study the fish, you don't know how to feed them or how to take care of them. You don't know if you want to put the right ones with the wrong ones. You got to study. You know, people get into relationships and ain't read one relationship book. They get into marriages and ain't consulted nobody who's been married or read one marriage book. But they expect to have all the answers and they're banging their heads against the wall trying to figure it out. We got to treat it just like it's school. Every day there's something new to learn. You know, you got to take notes. I got notes on my wife. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to literally take our times and learn it and let that other person know, say, hey, you know what? I'm learning you too. You know, if like many times you won't be from the same walk of life. So your communication is going to be different. But all you have to do is make suggestions and say, you know what? The best way to get what you want out of me is to speak to me this way. But maturity alone will tell you that many times you're going to be given steak on a garbage can top. People are going to feed you the right thing on the wrong plate. You're not going to like the way it's said. You're not going to like the way it's given to you. Maturity says strain it, get the best out of it and keep on going, you know?
Diggs, I'm
But, you know,
curious to know.
it's just about growth.
I'm curious to know where you think the genesis of kind of the distortion of what love is and in a relationship. What do you think is the source of that? Because I have an idea that it goes back to childhood and how you were treated by your parents. What do you think?
I don't know, like, I mean, the way I think about love is sort of like an acronym. So I'll create an acronym. I think love is loyalty, you know, which by definition is when someone stands for you and your ideas, Like they stand beside you and your ideas, and they don't disgrace you in public. You know, I would say that it's obedience, and people hate the word obedience because they say, "Oh, that's servitude, that's whatever." But I'm telling you, some of the greatest things that you're ever going to have in your life are going to come through obedience. Obedience is better than sacrifice. Even the Bible says that. So, you know, learning to obey someone is like the ultimate form of love. When you're like people, like I've seen couples break up and get divorced, and the guy will pick up the dog and walk out. You know why? Because the dog obeyed him. You know what I'm saying? So, and
I don't
and then
think
there's
you
value.
understood.
So do you think obeying should come from both parts? Should do you
Absolutely,
okay,
absolutely. It
all
needs to
right,
come from the man and the woman.
okay,
Yes, yeah. I mean, that wouldn't be fair, right? So,
right.
so obedience, and then the V is value. And what I'm saying about value, we misunderstand worth and value. You hear people, especially a lot of ladies, they say, "Oh, a woman's worth." Ever since Alicia Keys' song came out, men are not concerned as much with women's worth as women are. What worth is, by definition, if we're speaking in economics, worth is what you have the capacity to do. It's what you can do. It has nothing to do with what you will do. So men are not concerned with the woman's worth as much as women are. Men are concerned with the woman's value. Value is what you will do. So, for example, if you went to school to be a teacher, you can be a teacher. If you went for law, you can be a lawyer. But will you be a teacher or a lawyer is the question. And so men are concerned with value. So they want to know what a woman will be on a consistent level. This is why value is important to men, not worth. This is why men don't look at education as something that they look for in a woman as much, because it's not about what she knows, it's about what she will do with what she knows. Does that make sense?
I
So,
don't think you answered the
and
question.
and then the last, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
what was your question?
My question was, where do you think the source
I'm sorry.
of my, can you hear me?
I can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me all
Yes.
right? Okay.
Sorry. Hey, I
My
have to go into
question
an
was,
appointment. The E, I have to go into an appointment right now, so I have to call you. I have to pause this for a minute, but I'm listening.
You
okay.
said, I think you said where the source
Okay,
of
and after you
the
speak,
love
Miss
come
Shop,
from, right?
I'm gonna let PQ speak.
Oh, okay. Can I talk or no?
Uh, yeah, go ahead. No, I'm saying go ahead, Shop.
Oh, okay. I was saying that I think Shopkins was saying something about where do you think the like where love come from? Like, is it based on the environment you grew up in? Is that what you were saying? Or what were you saying?
In our culture where how relationships are is so distorted from how they should be. What's the source of that? I think it's kind of what I think this was the line that said you're a product of your environment. How you were treated as a child
Right.
turns into your attachment style and how you believe yourself and how you perceive yourself to be treated and what you think your worth is. So I think it goes to how you, if you choose to have children, how you're parenting them, that will then become how, or like who they choose as their life partners. And I was wondering what Diggs thought, if it was like on a broader scale about culture or if it comes from the family unit.
I think it comes from a combination of both. Because you grow up in your household with your family, but at the same time, you're out in the environment with, different people that got different kind of teachings and stuff like that. So you learn not only at home, but you learn on the outside world too.
Right, because you can be raised one way, and I'm telling you, once you get out there in the streets or you get out there in that environment, it can be completely different than what you learned at home. And so, even though you're living in that area, but the outside, the way like somebody was saying earlier, that they're sheltered, that they were sheltered. Their parents didn't allow them to see what was going on outside. So I made I was telling them about how, okay, your parents are sheltering you, but every time I walk by your bedroom, you peeping out the window. Because what's going on outside is not what's going on in here, but you have an influence. You're being influenced by what's going on outside, no matter how much your parents, you're still going to make your own decision because a lot of times I tell people, don't get discouraged because your children go out there and they make decisions totally different. Because sometimes you get out there in that environment, even though it wasn't the way you raised them at home, that environment can take over, and sometimes they go for the environment.
Yeah, I
I don't know
also
if we
believe.
explained it to you, but I know he's on pause right now. But PQ, hi PQ, thank you for being so patient. Do you have anything to add, or could you possibly answer her question better than
Yeah,
we did if we didn't answer it for you, Shop?
no, I think you guys did. I think it's more, especially for today. Me personally, I don't have no data, no statistics or anything, but me personally, with the rise of the way social media is and how they show what love should be, or like social media shows that Cosby love when everybody understand that the Cosby love was just a sitcom and it wasn't real. They show the Martin type love. They show that type of love that, hey, if he's not doing this, this is what you should be doing. This, if he's not doing this, this is what should be happening. But in all grand scheme of things, everybody's love is a whole lot different. I always like to say there's a, what's that, there's two twin brothers. There's the thing. It's all it can't, because when you talk about environment, most of the times people look at the environment and they do different things. They do it differently. So if you have two twin brothers. The dad was an alcoholic. One of them became an alcoholic, and the other one became really rich. And they both said, "Because of my dad's an alcoholic, this is why I'm this way."
Yeah, I've heard that.
Right. And that is true, because my daughter, when she went to college, she had to do a essay because she was getting into one of the elite classes, or but they had to do a special essay, and it said, write an essay on who inspired you the most. Who do you you know what I'm saying, who inspired you? And I'm like, and she said, my father. She wrote an essay on her father, said her father inspired her. And I'm like, how your dad, me, I'm like, how the heck your dad inspire you? Your dad ain't ever been here. How your dad inspire you? But it was so funny how she turned it around. She was saying that he inspired her because in his absence, it allowed her to see that if a person that created and a person that's supposed to be your father couldn't stand up and be there for you, that you could only depend on yourself. So that she has now had to create and within herself, that I'm not looking for nobody else to give me anything. I'm not looking for anyone else for approval. I'm not looking for anyone for this, because if I can't get that from my father, how do I dare expect and think that I'm gonna always get it from somebody else? So I have to be down for me. So that is true what you're saying, how they can take the same situation and view it differently and go in totally different opposite directions.
That's interesting, because that kind of correlates back to what I was saying about attachment. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the 4 attachment styles psychologically. Is it anyone?
I'm not.
Okay, so in psychology,
Can you tell me what they are?
Yeah, so the 4 that there are,
I'm not.
Are secure attachment. That's what anyone's goal is pretty much. You are able to have healthy relationships, in romantic relationships, platonic, anything like that. And there's a lot of behaviors that come with secure attachment. There's secure, and then there's avoidant, where you kind of avoid any kind of intimacy. And then there's fearful, which it's kind of like what your daughter said, kind of like, I shouldn't interpret it that way, because I don't know if she has a fear of depending on other people because of her father's absence. But there's fearful, and then there's anxious, and that's kind of like you have anxiety about being in intimate relationships, and it all comes back to how you were treated as a child, and if your parents were there for you, if you could attach to them. So
okay. But I don't think it has anything to do with attachment, because she's married, and honey, she's very attached to her husband. Because baby, I don't think she know his name. She might, but relationship, you know what I'm saying. And so, So that person, she's very independent because of that. But a lot of people say independence is not getting married and be married. That independence is not um a good thing for. But yeah, but she's independent first, and then because she went
Hmm.
all through school, like I say, she did well being away from home, out on her own. But that was just something she said, and then she you see something wrong with that? Somebody
What?
broke up. Who was that? Okay, so am I breaking up?
Maybe it's on my end.
She was breaking up for me too.
Yeah.